Welcome to the September Ordinary Council meeting of Dubbo Regional Council. I advise that this meeting is being streamed live to the internet. All those present should refrain from making any defamatory statements, and upon joining these online meetings you accept the condition that your image may be recorded and streamed to the internet, as well as being retained in the archive of the recorded council meetings and standing committee meetings. I now open the August Ordinary Council meeting, the time being 5:30 p.m. First of all, we've got the prayer from Councillor Richardson, please.
O God, grant that by the knowledge of thy will all we may resolve shall work together for good. We pray through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Acknowledgement of country from Councillor Wells, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge the Wiradjuri people who are the traditional custodians of the land. I would also like to pay respects to elders past and present of the Wiradjuri Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginal people and other people from other nations who are present here today.
Thank you. Item CCL 25/234, leave of absence. There have been no apologies received and no leave of absence applied for. I'd just like to note that Councillor Cowley is appearing via audio-visual link, hence why she is not present in the chamber tonight. Next item is CCL 25/235, conflicts of interest. Do any councillors have any conflicts that they'd like to declare? Councillor Butler.
Yeah. I'd just like to declare the conflict of interest in regards to the selection of the risk committee. It's a non-pecuniary but significant, and I'll be leaving the room.
Thank you. Yep. Any further interest, councillors? There being none, we move on to CCL 25/236, public forum. I'll now run through the rules of public forum. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak. When you come forward to speak, please state your name, the item that you are speaking to. When you have 30 seconds remaining, the bell's not here, so I'll ring the glass of water. And when the 5 minutes are up, the bell will be rung multiple times, the microphone will be turned off, and your speaking time will conclude. Registered speakers first, please, and then, if time allows, members of the gallery. Gallery members should refrain from making any disruptive comments, behaviour, clapping, jeering, etc. I'll now call on the following registered speakers. First up, we have Lucy Samuels on the naming of the new Dubbo Bridge, please.
Mayor, councillors, my name's Lucy Samuels and this is my daughter Phoebe. Born and bred in Dubbo, Phoebe's the 7th direct descendant of the first mayor of Dubbo, James Samuels. Off you go. There's over 180 years of the Samuels family history embedded into this vibrant city we all love and are lucky to call home. The Samuels family and majority of this gallery wouldn't be living in the city of its calibre without the contribution of the very humble James Samuels. Tonight, we have a very important decision to make on the naming of Dubbo's third bridge. A bridge, a modern structure that we, alongside 2,400 others in Dubbo, believed should be named James Samuels Bridge. I think it's both fitting and historically poetic that we continue the run of naming Dubbo's bridges after significant figures of Dubbo's history. L.H. Ford, a long-serving alderman and mayor, and Emile Sarisia, a founding settler. We believe that the new bridge be named in honour of the father and grand old man of Dubbo. James Samuels is the clear and fitting choice. His service over 70 years supported vulnerable people regardless of background. He founded our school, church, hospital, agricultural society, municipality, and Mechanics Institute. He brought gas and water to the town, civic initiatives to privilege the future. His contributions were continued in the Samuels name of the past century, with our family still living and contributing back to the Dubbo community through the arts, business and schools. Our generation is the future of Dubbo, and it's important for us to, whilst forging new paths, to remember the contribution of our forebears. Tonight, you'll hear from the New South Wales General Manager of Alkane, Michael Sutherland, descendant Ellen O'Day, and historian Jim Bunting, as to who this man, James Samuels, was and how his contribution to the community laid the solid foundation which the city you now serve is built. May I leave you on this note? When the bridge opens, it marks 100 years since James Samuels died. An opportune time to celebrate and mark the opening of James Samuels Bridge over the very site of the home he lived all those years, Macquarie View, on the corner of Macquarie and River Streets. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Michael Sutherland, naming of the new Dubbo Bridge, please.
Mr Mayor, councillors, I emailed all councillors last week to request that their serious consideration be given to including James Samuels' name on the new high-level bridge over the Macquarie River. I'm familiar with the literature recording James Samuels' lifelong contribution to the establishment of Dubbo from its humble beginnings. I'm also aware that others have notified councillors of the many distinguished acts that James Samuels carried out. My particular interest in Samuels is in Samuels' insight into the hydrogeology of the Macquarie floodplain. His thinking on where to look for groundwater and innovation in early water boring techniques to source water to support people and agriculture were literally game-changing. James Samuels' insight led to the provision of wells at the bottom of Tamworth Street to supply water to the growing community from the early days of the settlement. Samuel's entrepreneurship stretched to coal and gas supply for trains and households, as well as exploration for gold and precious stones. In 1882, James was the chairman of the Great Western Coal Mining Company, NL, which acquired 500 hectares of land at Ballymore and bored 167 metres to discover a 1.6 metre wide coal seam with artesian water below it. I believe the plan was to supply steam trains with coal as the new train lines were constructed to Nyngan and Cobar, where copper mining was established in 1870 and then a gold rush in 1878. James personally invested in machinery in 1870 to prove his theory that there were gold-bearing gravels within a few kilometres of Dubbo. He actually recovered 1.5 pennyweights of gold from gravels 4 kilometres southeast of town, about $420 at today's gold price. Samuels surmised that the gold was transported by floods from further upstream from gold-bearing strata. He knew all of this at a time when there would have been only a handful of trained geologists in Australia, and the science was fundamental. BHP dredged 5.7 tonnes of gold from the Macquarie River alluvials between 1938 and 1958 and produced 4,021 carats of diamonds. That gold today would be worth $315 million. Gold has played a vital role in Australia's prosperity from 1851 to 1917 and then again since the 1980s. Gold is currently the fourth largest export by value from Australia. Royalties from mining help the state government to pay for new hospitals and schools. It's an amazing coincidence Samuels in the 1870s was consulting to miners at Badangra, where Alkane are now working to establish a new Mitchell Creek mining company with the Boda Kaiser project. This $1.8 billion state-significant development should create several hundred relatively well-paid intergenerational jobs and help to diversify the Dubbo and Wellington economies. To borrow from Isaac Newton and others before him, Dubbo has developed into the amazing city it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. In my opinion, our unsung giant is James Samuels. I feel that Samuels' contribution has been barely recognised in Dubbo, other than in historical accounts, so I believe some recognition on this latest game-changing engineering project is well and truly overdue.
Thank you. Next up, we have Erin Williamson on the DRTCC closure period, Christmas New Year.
All right, good afternoon, councillors. My name is Erin Williamson and I'm here today as a mum of a dancer and a proud supporter of Urban Edge Dance Studios. It's a long-standing Dubbo business and it has played a huge role in our community, I think. I want to share how the decision to close the Dubbo Regional Theatre and Convention Centre on the 19th of December has impacted us. Urban Edge is, their end of year concert is the highlight of the year. Over 130 students and their families. For many of us, it's not just a concert, it's a culmination of years of hard work, a celebration for the kids to look forward to all year, and it's a moment that brings together our extended families as well. The studio have made this booking back in 2019 for the 19th and 20th of December 2025. Every year since 2018, the event has been held at the DRTCC without issue. We had every expectation that the same would happen this year. The late cancellation has left us shocked and scrambling. Families, my own included, had locked in these dates months ago. People have organised their time off work, made travel plans and arranged family commitments around the 19th and 20th. From the business side, there's videographers, photographers and staff that have all been secured, some travelling from outside Dubbo and others who have made commitments in Dubbo. These are unable to be rescheduled. We have been offered the 17th and 18th instead, but as you know, these are midweek date clashes with school concerts and other end-of-year activities. And for many families, including my own, that simply won't work. Today, I respectfully ask that the council reconsider the early shutdown, allow the theatre to remain open for just one additional day so that our 20th of December booking can be honoured. Supporting this request isn't just about the date, it's about backing a local business, providing opportunities for our youth, ensuring our community continues to thrive through events like this. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next up, we have Shane Butcher on the same item, please.
G'day, councillors. My name's Shane Butcher. I'm a father at Urban Edge Dance Studios and I have been for the past few years. My 6-year-old daughter goes there. We invest a lot of significant time and money into the preparation of this as well. And the preparation of the end of year production has been a big deal this year so far. We bought a lot of costumes already. And with the students dedicated to 6 months of training towards it as well. So just 12 weeks out from this year's concert, Urban Edge was informed by DRTCC that they could no longer hold their confirmed booking due to the venue closing earlier. I have no idea why it's closing earlier. We got an email about it, but it was very vague. And, this decision will result in the cancellation of our show. Like the last speaker said, we have already booked photographers, all those kind of things that are going to put the studio out thousands of dollars that they won't be able to get back. And how can this be fair? The booking was secured on the 6th of December in 2019. Urban Edge clients, including my family, were provided with the confirmed dates back in January of this year. And we have since organised leave from work. I got relatives flying in from the Philippines for this. Like, my wife's a nurse, I work in retail. Christmas is a really shady time for us to try and get off work, you know what I mean? So it's upset our family a lot. Our daughter's a bit upset. And I strongly believe that this year's booking should be honoured based solely on the fact that there's been no decent reason given for the fact. And they only need to stay open one more day just to make that booking. We can't come in during a Friday or a Thursday. We literally need it on a Saturday, Sunday. So the 19th or 20th of the December commitment, we'd love to have that back. And I just want you to consider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Martin Simmons on the establishment of a Dubbo Regional Livestock Markets Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Martin Simmons, President of the Dubbo Stock and Station Agents. Noticed there last month, Deputy Mayor Toyton put forward a motion to start up a committee out for the DRLM, which I'm very thankful for his passion for our establishment out there. I suppose the concern I have, and I can certainly speak from experience in the past of committees that we've held out there, I think that it's very, very important that the committee itself is made up of, I suppose, participants that are directly involved. I think past experience will tell me that we've had too many people on there that don't have the direct involvement but want to have a lot to say. With all of this said, I believe the relationship right at the minute between the DRLM and the DWSA has never been stronger. Obviously, we've had a lot of numbers pass through the establishment in the last 12 months. MLA figures have just been released. We're the number one cattle selling centre for New South Wales. We're number 3 for sheep and lambs. Both numbers are up significantly, even though we fall into the third for sheep and lambs. Our numbers are still up. So I think the long and the short is I think we're already heading in the right direction. I appreciate the fact that the council are considering throwing a lot of money to improve and upgrade the DRLM, which I think moving forward is very, very important, considering the importance of the selling centre out there. But that was my only concern, is that history will show us that we have a lot of people out there that want to have input, I guess, into something they probably don't quite know enough about. So I would appreciate if you take that on board in the decision-making process if it is to go ahead, because I think in the past it's made it very, very difficult for people. And I suppose the old saying is, if it isn't broken, why fix it? So that's my bit for the night, short and sweet for you, for something different. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have James Bunting on the naming of the new Dubbo Bridge.
G'day. This all started with a petition, and I don't mean a discussion on the bridge, I mean this. Dubbo's Regional Council, Dubbo's democracy. Before 1872, Dubbo had no government, it had no voice. So one citizen, James Samuels, set about changing that. To make sure that the people of Dubbo would be heard, and that they could have a say in the running of their own affairs. How did he do it? With a petition. A petition provides hard evidence to those in charge that an idea is popular. It proves what people want to happen. All those years ago, 102 signatures proved the Colonial Secretary, Henry Parkes, that Dubbo ought to be a town with its own council. Now you have before you 2,427 signatures proving that people want this bridge named after James Samuels, Dubbo's first mayor. This is a number that dwarfs any other public submission, including the council's own poll, in which the preferred candidate received roughly 100 votes. You don't have to wonder what the people's choice is, or the popular choice. You don't have to wonder what your voters want. The petition makes it very clear. The emails and phone calls that your officers may have received also make it clear. The historical case that's been made in favour of James Samuels Bridge also makes it clear that it's not just a popular choice, it's the right choice. The right name for a major infrastructure project is a name with someone with an infrastructure connection. If there's a new oval development, you find a sportsman or woman. If there's a new pool, you find a swimmer. So when it comes to a major city infrastructure project, which of course the River Street Bridge is, look for a legendary builder of city infrastructure. And there is no greater legend in Dubbo history in this regard than James Samuels. He was a great builder of city infrastructure and then subsequently a lifelong administrator of civic institutions. The school, the church, the gas, the water, the lighting, you've heard it all before, I'm sure. The agricultural show, mining and prospective companies, Mechanics Institute, the law courts, and the hospital, where he served on the board for a record 60 years and would personally pay for the care of those who cannot pay for themselves. When it comes to city infrastructure projects, he's in a league of his own. He's the Don Bradman. He's the popular name for the bridge, but also the right name. Some have said that Samuels can wait. We'll just give him the next thing. But this bridge, built right next to his historic homestead at Macquarie View, is the unique opportunity to memorialise Samuels. Samuels, while sitting on his porch, would have spent countless hours looking over at the exact site of this bridge. He cannot wait for the next project. This is the one that makes sense. Other people may feel that the horse has bolted, but it's not the case. This is an open contest. Tonight is, of course, an open vote. It's not too late to make the right choice, and it's always the right time to do the right thing. As a historian, I wonder why we memorialise people. Why do we name things after those that have come before us? Why not just call a new bridge the new bridge? I think as Australians, we choose to honour those whose shoulders we stand on. Each generation builds on the labours of the last. We draw inspiration from the lives and deeds of our forebears. We look to their examples in the hope that they inspire similar deeds in our lives and in our times. Samuel's may be from long ago, but his qualities and his story is timeless. His story is an immigrant story. He arrived on these shores, a 15-year-old boy looking for a better life. He came with little more than the clothes on his back. He rode his luck on the goldfields before choosing to settle in Dubbo. It's here that his hard work, generous spirit, bright mind, and sense of public service made their indelible mark. He was never out to make a pile and to sit on it. He believed in working for others. He really believed in the common good, and particularly the common good of Dubbo. So I and others are asking you tonight to name this bridge the James Samuels Bridge. The popular choice, the right choice, and I think very importantly a timeless and inspiring choice for the new River Street Bridge. Thank you for hearing me out tonight.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ellen Mortimer on the same item.
I thank the Mayor and Councillors for this opportunity to be heard. I'm Ellen Mortimer, Nao Day, and would we be sitting here today but for James Samuels? Now, other bridges are currently named after the mayors of Dubbo. Tonight it is time to commemorate Dubbo's very first mayor and grand old man, James Samuels, who served on this his community for 70 years. The James Samuels Bridge would link the memory of those founders of this city who worked tirelessly for his benefit. Who am I? I'm a fifth-generation Dubboite who usually avoids speaking up. But James Samuels is not only my great-great-grandfather, but an amazing man of his time. And also my other great-great-grandfather, George Taylor, was a strong supporter and close friend of the James Samuels team. In addition, my great-grandfather, G.H. Taylor, a fellow alderman and future mayor, said of Samuels that, as the first mayor, and I may say the father of the municipal council, he successfully steered the municipal bark on her first voyage. If they were here today, they would be wearing this t-shirt too. James Samuels was instrumental in looking after everyone. He was unselfish and generous, bridging times when communities, including our Thabagar, could only survive through mutual respect and cooperation in the interests of us all. We walked together, like James Samuels. My own family also supported First Nations peoples in times past. My great-grandmother was fluent in the Wiradjuri language. Today, I would like to acknowledge work done by other nominees and their contribution to this community. I've come tonight to express my personal conviction that surely there is no other better name to go on Dubbo's newest bridge across the Macquarie Womble other than that of James Samuels, our first mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a few minutes remaining in the half hour for public forum. Are there any other speakers that would like to speak? If so, please step up to the microphone. Same rules, state your name and the item that you're speaking on, and your time will begin. If not, that concludes public forum. The next item is CCL 25/237, confirmation of minutes, ordinary council meeting 26 August 2025. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Chowdhury, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? There being none, I will open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. Councillor Cowley's vote has to come a long way from Japan. Is she still online? Yep. Just sort out a few minor technical issues here. Might have to just, there it is. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Next item is CCL 25/238, confirmation of minutes, extraordinary council meeting 9 September 2025. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Chowdhury, seconded by Councillor Wright. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. Voting is open. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. CCL 25/240, mayoral expenses, August 2025. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ryan, thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. Oh, turn 2 pages. Turn 2 pages. We'll go back and do that. CCL 25/239, mayoral appointments and meetings. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Ryan. Thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. CCL 25/240, mayoral expenses for August 2025. I'll move that. Councillor Ryan, seconded. Thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, I'll put that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/241, investment under section 625 of the Local Government Act, August 2025. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Chowdhury, seconded by Councillor Ivey. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to that at all?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any debate, councillors? There being none, I'll open the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. CCL 25/242, report of the Infrastructure Planning and Environment Committee meeting, 9 September 2025. Moved by Councillor Butler, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that at all?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other debate, councillors? Oh, Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. It's actually probably more a question than a debate, actually. It was just with respect to IPC 25/663, which is the results of the public exhibition for the Forest Glen Solar Farm Community Housing Fund guidelines. My understanding is that that's as part of that voluntary planning agreement. It's $200,000 a year over 5 years, and ideally targeted at community housing type projects. I guess my question there is there an opportunity for one single community group or one single proponent to be involved in that particular project and maybe secure that $200,000 every year? So basically that whole $1 million over that period of time, I suppose, to be invested in, I don't know, maybe, for example, like a youth foyer or something along those lines?
To the CEO for clarification.
Mr. Jennings. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The short answer, yes. The guidelines that Council's adopting tonight are quite broad, that they do allow scenarios similar to what you've described there, Councillor Wright, as well. It has to be from or basically involved with an active community housing provider in the Dubbo Regional Local Government area as well. You're right, it's over 5 years. It's $200,000 a year over that time period as well. We now have the first payment, which has been provided to council. We have the guidelines, hopefully, as I said, they're adopted tonight. So we'll be looking to go out in the next couple of months with that first round of funding and to see what the community housing providers can come up with.
The CEO.
And just to answer the youth foyer part, youth foyer, that is, if other councils may recall, that is a youth homelessness service that actually has proven good statistical results in stopping people getting into the homeless spiral. And they do partner with community housing providers themselves. In Dubbo, I think the relationship thus far is with Arana Support. I know in other places it might be with Uniting, for example. So they would be eligible because they partner with a community housing organisation.
Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one more on that then. Has council done any work with respect to locations within the city or within the LGA where that could be viable for there? An example might be if council owned a parcel of land that was suitable for this type of project that could be sponsored, or peppercorn lease or something like that to an organisation to construct that type of facility.
The CEO,
Mr. Jennings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, something like the youth foyer would be something that's a permissible form of development on R1 general residential or R2 low density residential land across our city. So, yeah, there is quite a lot of options there across the city as well. There's the Northwest Urban Release Area, which development's about to kick off this year in terms of subdivision activity as well. So, yeah, there is a range of options there. I might let the CEO talk about council more than anything else from
CEO.
We've had lots of discussions in helping them understand. So something like the youth foyer has some parameters around which they want to base housing. So it's not an outer suburbs part. It's where there's readily accessible to transport for TAFE and education to build up their career readiness, as it were. So there's some parameters there. We've certainly done those exploratory conversations with them. And to Mr. Jennings' point, it's not just about what council owns. There's others. I know one proponent is looking for a mix of not social, but affordable housing as their part of the development as well. And Youth Foyer would fit a community housing model like that. So we are actively working with proponents on where they think their solution could fit to help them, I guess, target the right parcel of land, be it council, be it private.
Further debate, councillors? There being none, I will open the voting on that item. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Next item is CCL 25/243, report of the Culture and Community Committee meeting 9 September 2025. Moved by Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Councillor Wells, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only to say that I continue to be impressed by the Youth Council Forum and the youth that we have attending for our future leaders. But otherwise, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, I'll open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. CCL 25/244, report of the Corporate Services Committee meeting 9 September 2025. Moved by Councillor Richardson, second by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak to that at all?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, I'll open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Item CCL 25/245, report of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee meeting 15 September 2025. Moved by Councillor Ivey, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Ivey, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only just to say what a valuable committee it is. The issues which are discussed really go to the heart of good governance within the council. This particular meeting was preparing or getting the annual financial statements ready to send to the audit office. And in the discussion that ensued around that, there are issues which come up that are both, I think, really valuable to the members of that committee, but particularly the staff too. So it's a very useful committee.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, I'll open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Next item, CCL 25/246, fees and charges, tips and transfer stations. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an alternative motion.
Yep.
So read
it out.
But one, that the CEO provide a report that outlines how council arrived at the prices charged for the disposal of waste. 2, that the CEO negotiate with the EPA/relevant agencies for the provision of free licensed waste cells at Wylandra landfill for asbestos in order to eliminate illegal dumping of this hazardous waste, rather than council having to pay for these cells and recover the cost by fees associated with the disposal of asbestos. 3, that provisions are made for volunteer groups to be able to dispose of illegally dumped rubbish free of charge. 4, that state and federal grants/programs are pursued to allow for the collection of costly waste items such as mattresses and tyres, so that these items can be disposed of properly and with minimal to no cost.
Thank you. A seconder. Councillor Ryan. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak?
Point of order on that one, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
And we had a brief discussion during the briefing, but this still, in my opinion, breaches our code of meeting practice because it talks about the disposal of illegally dumped rubbish free of charge. That's directly talking about the fees that we're charging, and within 3 months, I know it's only just within 3 months, within 3 months, we'd set the fees and charges at the end of June. So now it's quite clear in our code of meeting practice under clause 17 that if you want to make a change in a rescission motion, or you can't change that within 3 months. So there are 2 points here that talk about the fees. So with those 2 points still in there, I believe this is out of order as a notice of motion. Thank you.
I believe that this is looking forward. There's no point of order. This is looking forward to the next fees and charges period, not the current one. So it wouldn't change them for the current period of this financial year. So I'll rule this in order. Further, I'll need a seconder. Councillor Ryan. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just briefly, that we as a council should be doing anything we can to stop the illegal dumping of rubbish. It can be attributed to the cost where people say, oh, it's too dear, so I'll just dump it here and hopefully somebody else finds it and picks it up. It could be laziness. I can't control laziness. We as a council can't. But the things that we can control where it's cost, I've seen out towards the road, just 30 metres over the fence from the Wellington tip on the road to the Nanamar village, there'd be easily 2-3 tonnes of garbage there. A lot of it is tyres, whether they've come from a commercial business or people can inhale that, and it is a known carcinogen. So I would ask my fellow councillors to consider this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions, actually, just with respect to this. The asbestos, we're referring to commercial or residential. Obviously, if we're talking about commercial disposal of asbestos, I would imagine the user on the other end is probably paying someone to remove it anyway. So, you know, that cost recovery from a commercial aspect, or are we talking about just the average handyman who's removing a bit of asbestos and wants somewhere to dump it? I'm just trying to get a bit of clarity around that. I guess anyone who's removing asbestos from their home probably needs some sort of specialised qualification. The other one was about, this might be a question through you, Mr Mayor, just with respect to, actually, sorry, I'll go back, I'll give you a comment first with respect to Councillor Taunton mentioned laziness, and I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think every single household in the LGA gets one free dumping a year, and laziness is, ultimate laziness if they're just not picking up the phone and utilising that one free dump per year, but they choose to stick it in their car and drive it out the road anyway, but that's another thing. I just want to know if I can ask a question. What's the process of dealing with illegally dumped waste today, in council's opinion, if it's dumped on council land or Crown land? What's council's process of that, and how does council go about discouraging that, especially if people know that potentially they can dump it somewhere and someone else is going to come and pick it up and dump it for free for them? So maybe the process around that illegally dumped waste, and if we're referring residential or commercial, if there's any distinguishable thing on asbestos.
To the CEO.
I'll start and then I'll hand for Mr Jennings for further details. Certainly, Dubbo has a lot of relatively commercial depositing of asbestos waste in a controlled way. Certainly, so for example, now there was a big development in Orange and it was cheaper for them to come to our landfill facility and use it that way. So you'd be very careful not to give commercial waste removal people, particularly asbestos, given it's a technical skill, a free kick in that regard. So I would imagine that would be covered if the notice of motion before us is about that negotiate with the EPA, given there will be potentially cost implications or what have you, that would be a subject of a report that I would bring back I'm not necessarily confident of the outcome of those negotiations with agencies, but this is instructing me to give it a go. I might throw to Mr. Jennings for further both on the asbestos and also the other point on managing illegal waste dumping.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just pulled up the fees and charges there quickly. So asbestos, we actually charge within the local government area $400 a tonne currently for the current financial year, and if you're outside of the local government area, not quite $800 a tonne. So what the CEO was saying there about, we try and make sure that if we do have asbestos coming to our facilities from outside, that you definitely pay for the privilege in that respect as well. Around illegal dumping, the team does receive CRMs from the public in respect of illegal dumping on public land and on roadsides and the like as well. The number I haven't got off the top of my head, of course, but I'm happy to follow that up in Hot Topics as well, councillors. But how we deal with that, the team tries to get to the bottom with any evidence that we can find in that dump material to work out where it's come from, to work out whose it could be or who's it relate to, and then we can work through a compliance process from that point of view as well. Obviously, there the team does work on other ways that we can try and stop some of that dumping that happens. So hotspots, put up cameras and try and address things that way as well. And then really at the end of the day, it does obviously cost money to council for these things to be cleaned up. But yeah, it's an ongoing process that we do try and do what we can in that regard.
Yeah, just a point of clarity. Just you mentioned the there was mention of the commercial and residential. Is it just irrespective of the postcode of the origination of that asbestos that those fees apply, or if Joe Blow, who just decided to clean his house out and dump the asbestos at the tip, is he pay any asbestos dumping incurs those same fees? Is that correct?
CEO.
Mr. Jennings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Just one final comment then, thank you. Just is with respect to this process we're talking about, and I'm all for community groups, contributing and helping to clean up our reserves and what it might be. But I think if we're looking at the root cause, the root cause of it is people dumping illegally, and I'm not sure if just relying on maybe our community groups to go out there and tidy up for people who can't look after themselves is the right idea. I think trying to get to that root cause of it is really where our focus should be, rather than just throwing some resource at it in another way. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I'm struggling to support this as well. It feels to me that if we're going to eliminate illegal dumping, we should address the root cause, which is people dumping asbestos illegally. Giving them free dumping to eliminate that seemed like we're saying, let's stop speeding by eliminating speed zones on the road. Now, some people might be in favour of that, but it doesn't really stop the root cause of the problem, which is speeding. So by eliminating the costs associated with it, I'm still not convinced we'd actually stop people doing it, because sometimes it is pure laziness. I'd rather we had programs in place to try and reduce that dumping, catch people doing it, fine them accordingly, and remove that, because whatever way we do it, we don't want asbestos being dumped in various areas. And again, giving them free dumping, I don't know that's going to solve the problem, but it shouldn't be the way we solve the problem either. It's almost as if we've been beaten by the people doing something illegally, so we're going to make it easier for them to address that. So I certainly can't support it with that part of the motion in there.
Councillor Ivey, then Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor. Point 3, that provisions be made for volunteer groups to be able to dispose of illegally dumped rubbish free of charge, I think is a great idea, and I do support it. I hear what people say about not getting to the root cause, but I think there are two separate issues there. We can address the root cause and we can try to do something about it, but the fact is we are going to have still going to have a problem, and to get volunteer groups to pick it up from reserves or whatever is a great idea, community involvement. My question then from those comments is that what's actually meant by that provisions are made for volunteer groups? What's envisaged through you, Mr. Mayor, in this motion, that when the CEO reports back, is it that a recommendation would be made of how that would work, or that it would take effect, or it would require another motion from council, or what's actually, how do we get to the point from where we are now to where volunteer groups can dispose of some of this rubbish without charge?
To the CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, how I would see staff addressing that point of the notice of motion. At the current time, we don't have a policy setting around community groups and clean up of things like Man Arthur Reserve and the like. And what does that mean for disposal of what's collected? So there's no policy setting there. How I would see that moving forward is basically with that report a number of options around a policy setting, and of course what that could look like in terms of cost implications moving forward as well.
Thanks. Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, look, I'll be supporting this motion just for the fact that I have been to these sites where the illegal dumping is happening, and I can confirm that it is both, business, household, whatnot dumpings. It's not just your local businessmen or your builders. It's people just who are think it's their right to dump their rubbish wherever they want. I like the idea about the voluntary groups. If they're willing to go out of their way to pick up this rubbish, surely we're not going to charge those guys that are spending their time picking up other people's rubbish to get rid of it. I like that option, but I'd also like to see the fines and whatnot of these people that are doing illegal dumping, be looked at. And I don't know if it's something we can do at a local level, but I think they need to be punished to a point where, they'll think twice about doing it again.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm really torn. I like the idea of the motion to address some really concerning behaviours around the dumping of rubbish. But I'm torn about having the piece in there, number 0.2, where the CEO negotiate with the EPA relevant agencies for the provision of free licensed waste cells at Willandra landfill. This community knows that it costs to take rubbish to either Willandra or even locally down at the Richards. I can't remember the name of J.R. Richards down there. And everybody knows that there's a cost to that. So just making something free for a service where we've known for as long as we've been adults and responsible for getting rid of large trailers of rubbish. I'm just a little bit concerned about that, and if there's any opportunity for us to revisit that particular section of the motion around not being free, or maybe there's an opportunity for someone to make an application for a second free dumping notice or something based on a merit-based assessment or a needs-based. I just think opening it up as a free option, I'm just torn about that one. So if that's an option, thank you.
We'll go to the CEO as a question, and then maybe Councillor Toynton might want to answer that question a bit.
So I'm just reading that, councillors. How I read that, councillors, is the CEO negotiate with the EPA relevant agencies for the provision of free licensed waste cells. Now, and then I think the point of clarification is rather than council having to pay for these cells and recover the costs, if I read those two parts of that together, what it reads to me as that we will get funded to create cells, the capital cost of creating cells for asbestos, then we wouldn't have to recover that capital cost as part of our fees. We would still have to have fees for the operational costs because they're different to creating the cell. So if the first line was by itself, that would not read how I've described it, because it's linked into that second part of that point too. That would be my interpretation. I'll just check that Mr. Jennings is of the same view. Comfortable?
Is that right, Councillor Toynton? Same lines?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I should have clarified a little bit better. This was not to give people the right to go and dump asbestos for free. This was so that instead of us saying, okay, we need to dig another hole at Willandra to bury asbestos, the EPA don't charge us an absolute mozza to do it. So that way, it'd still be a cost to dispose of asbestos. It's just as the CEO answered, we are not wearing that cost that we then have to say, okay, the EPA's charged us this, so now we've got to have to go up to $1,200 a tonne, because that's when people are going to say, all right, I've done the job for you, you've paid me cash, no worries, mate, I'll get rid of your asbestos, dump it on the side of the road, and it's like, I've just saved $1,200. So that's sort of what I'm getting at here, is that it's so that we as a council don't have to pay that fee to the EPA. Like, they should be aware that this is a problem waste. We want to have people dispose of it properly, but as any fee that we cop for doing that, we have to recover that. So that's what it was. It wasn't to give the asbestos free disposal. It was to say that we as a council could negotiate with them to say, let us have that licensed cell to dispose of the asbestos, but don't charge us as a council for that.
Thank you. Councillor Wells, that answer.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Councillor Dickerson.
Just a question then. I'm a little bit confused about the wording, and I know the wording of the motion is very important, because the way I read that wording says that for the provision of free licensed waste cells that will enter landfill for asbestos in order to eliminate illegal dumping, which sounds at odds with what Councillor Taunton just said then in terms of EPA not charging us, therefore we'd have to charge as much. But it seems pretty clear in the resolution to say that it's offering free, word uses the word free, licensed waste cells in order to eliminate illegal dumping. If we're not doing it for free, how is that possibly eliminate illegal dumping, rather than council having to pay for these cells and recover the cost by fees associated? So it sounds to me, as I read that, I can't see any other way, but it says free. So that question there to you, Mr Mayor.
Look, to me, that reads as that the cells would be free of the licensing agreement, so therefore you could charge a lot less for the dumping of domestic asbestos waste. That's how it reads to me. I didn't do great at English, but I did all right. Further questions, comments or debate, councillors? I'll just quickly say something on the way through. I'll vote for this, remembering that it's just to inform a report back to councillors. We're not actually making the changes tonight, and then that can feed into the next fees and charges. It'll be a wide-ranging report, and I'll be interested to see what comes of that. But look, really, having a couple of older houses, the asbestos in there, anything we can do to get asbestos out of the community, really the state government should be paying for removal of asbestos from domestic homes rather than the mixing in of waste that we've seen with the, what do you call it, like what they put on the mulch at all the parks in Sydney recently, all those kids playing in mixture of asbestos. So look, anything we could do locally, I'll be interested to see what comes back in the report whenever that originates. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions through you. So if currently we are giving one free tips voucher to the community, so if we add additional one, how much it's going to cost us more? And what percentage of current user for the voucher we are giving? So what percentage of people are using at this moment?
To the CEO.
We're good, but we don't have that much knowledge at our fingertips. I'll take that question on notice. And indeed, we could capture that in the report back to council. I think that'd be the best way that way.
Further councillors? There being none, we'll go back to the mover for a right of reply to anything there. Councillor Taunton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So just with Councillor Wright's comments about the free dumping that we have with the annual book up a service and come pick it up, I'm not sure what that extends to, whether we can dump, mattresses, tyres. It's only, I believe it's just domestic, so I'll just leave it at the motion to try and do whatever we can to address what we can where we can. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I'll open the voting on that motion. Please cast your votes. Councillors, I'll close the voting. Carried 10 votes to 1. Next item is CCL 25/247, establishment of a Dubbo Regional Livestock Markets Committee. Councillor Taunton moved and a seconder. Councillor Richardson, thank you. Councillor Taunton, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, as we heard from, he's no longer here, Mr Martin Simmons, I'm aware that we did have one of these committees before, and there was a lot of people I've spoken to that were happy to see it gone. Now, tying in with our master plan for upgrades to the facility, I believe it's important that we listen to those who are involved to say if we are going to throw cash at it, we actually listen to the people who use it as to what needs upgrading. Otherwise, we could sit there and say, okay, well, we've put $10 million into it by putting a solid gold water trough out there for cattle. It's a huge cash injection, but it achieves nothing. So I think we need to really get the terms of reference for this committee accurate and the representation on there. It can't just be a whole heap of people who've never even looked at livestock suddenly telling everyone out there how to run it. So I'm hoping that we can support this so that it actually does our homework, that we can say, we've got this committee, they are saying what needs upgrading, so then when we do implement the master plan, everyone's been listened to and it's ran efficiently as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would not supporting this motion because beginning of this council term, when council is doing this, forming all the committee, I've been reaching out the stakeholder in the sale yard stakeholder, and you might remember I'm one of the biggest supporter to help anyway our sale yard, and most of them are comment I received very negative. They really don't want this committee be go ahead, as Mr. Simons came tonight and he's spoken highly like how that create problems. So I cannot see any valid reason to support this motion because at this moment we are doing best our job. So yeah, I'll not support this motion. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I won't support the motion either, not because I'm against getting community feedback into the development and the improvement of the sale yards, but I think that can be done a bit more efficiently than having some sort of a standing committee. We've got a fairly good process of putting things out for public consultation. We've got a fairly good opportunity to get feedback from sectors of the community who are directly involved in that particular decision or that particular strategy that's being developed. And I think that's probably a better way of doing it than having a formal standing committee. So, as I say, it's not that I'm against the information being fed back in concerning the operation of the sale yards, but get that information from people who know as and when is needed. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really just a question. I think the motion actually is about seeking the Director of Organisational Performance to prepare a report for presentation at the October 2025 Ordinary Council meeting detailing the proposed establishment of a Dubbo Regional Livestock Committee. So is that the question and not the actual committee?
Yeah, that's right. Be for a report, not to actually establish the committee. Yep. Councillor Dickerson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I applaud Councillor Toynton for bringing this forward. And you will remember, I think Councillor Ivey mentioned it, that in November last year we had before, I think there were probably 15 community committees that we had in the last term of council. I think that worked very well with the ability for different groups, different organisations to come forward with various councillors as part of those committees and bring those views forward. And I was very disappointed. In fact, I voted against it. I went back and just checked the minutes a moment ago to make sure I did vote against it. When we had the meeting in November last year to abandon those 15 committees, I remember talking against it at the time, and I certainly voted against it because I believe it is an important way for the community to actually engage with council and have those various groups that have got people that are interested in that particular area and have knowledge in that particular area, because councils have got to be across a whole range of things, and I think that knowledge and that information is of vital importance. The only thing I'd ask Councillor Toynton to do would be to expand it, because out of those 15 committees that we've abandoned, Councillor Toynton has identified one committee, which I think would be valuable, but I would see there's another 14 committees that surely we need to look at again. If Councillor Toynton is thinking that this committee needs to come back, then maybe we need to bring back all of those, or at least go and review all of those. So I'd prefer the report, Councillor Toynton, to actually look at all of those committees, review all of those committees again. It's been almost a year down the track now, and from what you brought forward, obviously, this is saying that it hasn't worked with the Dubbo Regional Livestock Markets and having no committee for that almost 12-month period since we abandoned that. And there are probably other ones as well, other organisations, other groups that probably feel somewhat the same. So I won't move an amendment, but if you would like to expand that out, I'd be happy to support it, to expand that out to include a review of all of those committees, because surely that would make sense rather than just this one committee review all of those committees. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Toynton.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that I'm not trying to re-establish it as it was. This is a report to come back to say this is to adopt new models to say let's work it in a way that it is user friendly rather than the way that it, and I support what Councillor Dickinson says to look at these other committees, and sure, if they are brought to my attention that hey, we need representation here or here or here, I'd certainly look at that. I'm doing this as a case by case basis as to what I've heard and where I've identified things that can be improved. But at the moment, this motion is not to immediately establish it. It's to say, let's look at the report and then work out terms of reference, how it's going to be established, if it's going to be a committee, if it's going to be a reference group, and so on and so forth. So that's all it is at the moment. So I'm happy with the motion as it stands.
Further debate? I'll just quickly say, look, it's just to get a report. There's probably a whole range of different views out there at the sale yards, which would be distilled down into the report. And it might come back and say, no, we don't need a committee, everything's going great. It might come back and say, yeah, it'd be good to discuss these issues, or these user groups don't feel like they're being heard. So I'd be interested to get a report and just see what comes back. Anything further, councillors, before we go back to the mover? Councillor Ivey, a question?
Yeah, maybe I might be out of order, Mr Mayor, but you just said that this motion, that it may well come back to say that the committee's not needed. I just wonder whether that is actually correct, or whether that can be interpreted within that motion. I don't believe it can.
I don't want to preempt the report per se. Right of reply to anything said in the debate from the mover.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think everything's been covered so far.
Thank you. Councillors, I have opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried 6 votes to 5. Next item is CCL 25/248, DRTCC closure period, Christmas New Year 2025-2026. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to move your motion?
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Dickinson, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I actually don't really want to speak to this because I'm a bit disappointed that we're even here having this discussion at this particular council meeting at this particular point in time. You've heard me talk, many councillors have heard me talk a lot about the words that are in motions and making sure our words are correct, because it's one of the things of the Local Government Act that we sit around here as councillors and make decisions and make sure we get our words right and we resolve things, and then those things must be undertaken by our staff. And on the 25th of February this year, we resolved as a councillor with good information, and over the last 2 years it's been trialled and has worked well to have a 2-week closure period of our non-essential services for our community. And that seemed to work quite well. Things that are essential were still available and still on call, and non-essential, those things weren't needed. So we shut down for 2 weeks. That made it easier to plan staff time, off, etc. So we resolved on the 25th of February to have a 2-week closure period, and that would include the Dubbo Regional Theatre and Convention Centre. In that report, I went back and read that report again. In the 8-page report, it didn't mention the DRTCC, but it was implied as a non-essential service that it would be as part of that 2-week closure period. And we all assumed that it would be pretty much the same as it was last year and the year before when that 2-week period had gone through. And so it was a bit surprising, very surprising, when we started receiving some emails about probably 10 days ago from various people associated with dance groups who said that the theatre was now, at this late time, going to be closed for a 16-day period. And the first thing that I thought was, well, I don't remember anything coming back to council. There was no rescission within that first 3 months, and there was nothing after that where there would have been a rescission motion. So I didn't quite understand why the staff were going for a 16-day close down when our resolution quite clearly said a 2-week period. So I think maybe there was a slight misunderstanding there from the staff. Maybe the resolution hadn't been followed quite correctly. But in discussing it further with some of the people involved with the dance groups, it was quite clear that the expectation over previous years, the fairness, the moral fairness, the ethical fairness was that to keep the theatre open for 1 extra day seemed like the right and fair outcome for the community. And now I was involved way back when. I'm the only councillor here that sat around and debated at length a rate rise for the theatre to be able to pay for that theatre for our community. The community paid via a rate rise for that theatre. $14 million we spent on that theatre. It would be worth probably $25 million now. That's the community's theatre. It costs us as a council over $1 million to run each year. That's contributions by ratepayers of this community to make that theatre available to the community. And then for groups who have had a long-standing arrangement to say we're going to close a day early or 2 days earlier than we were going to close or that we've closed previously against a council resolution, then sorry, you'll have to find another date or you'll have to cancel your concert. I thought as a councillor, I'm disappointed. There's no other way to say it. And hence why I don't really want to be standing here talking about this, because it really shouldn't be coming to a council meeting. It feels like we're taking a sledgehammer to squat a fly, because it really shouldn't be at this point. It should have been realised very early on that the 2-week closure period had been extended, take it back to the 2-week period, over as far as that's concerned, and the theatre would stay open for that 1 or 2 days extra to be able to accommodate those dance groups. I absolutely understand the pain that the two speakers talked about in terms of organising that concert. The whole year, having my kids gone through dancing over years ago when they were a bit younger, the whole year is focused on a Stedford and the dance concert at the end. To then be told you've got to change that with all the planning that goes into it, I think, again, it's a little bit embarrassing for me as a councillor on this council to have that. So all I've asked for in this particular resolution is really go back and reinforce what we already said on the 25th of February. And so I've just said to close on the 22nd of December, reopen again on the 4th of January. That's the 2-week closure period. That's 14 days, 2 weeks. And that's the 2-week period that's been essentially the 2-week period over the previous 2 years, and what most people would understand in terms of closing that week of Christmas over that 2-week period. So that's the resolution I've got forward to try and solve this particular problem, and hopefully council will support me on that and let the dancers go ahead as they should do.
Further debate. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would not agree more with as Councillor Dickerson has said, and thank you the resident came tonight, because I could not believe like one day we could not accommodate the families especially the students have been practicing and they are dreaming. The families been involving and a lot of travel. Some the speaker said cancel the overseas travel. So that many things they considering for one event, and we could not accommodate 1 day extra. That I'm really also disappointed. So I'll support this motion, and thank you, Dickerson. Councillor Dickerson brought this motion because I thought it's been done before when I was talking to the staff. But yeah, I'll definitely my full support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The CEO.
Yeah, I think it's important that I can respond. I don't think council staff have purposely undermined a council resolution, but that's a moot point in terms of the context of the decision making of staff. So should council pass this note of motion, that's the elected body's prerogative, and that is, given it's framed as a policy setting, it's important to...
Just a point of order, Mr Mayor, is the CEO entering the debate here? Is what I'm hearing in this particular talk from the CEO? Is this giving some facts to it, or is it entering the debate?
It's giving facts. It's clarification of what's been said so far and around this information for councillors around this motion, should we vote one way or the other.
Certainly my intent is to provide facts, and certainly I welcome the chair or anyone to raise a point at all as we go. I haven't actually got to any facts yet. I'd only said my first sentence. It's important to acknowledge the resolution, so it's a policy setting, can't direct me as the CEO to breach other legislation and regulation responsibilities, which includes the responsibility of council to comply with improvement notices under Section 191 of the Workplace Health and Safety Act. As I've advised councils in previous emails, the DRTCC, the theatre, is not operating at pre-incident operations. It's very much in incident recovery mode, and that's likely to be for a significant number of months ahead. So since the fatality at the DRTC, we're experiencing staff shortages due to the very tragic loss of Andrew, our technical team leader, and one of the team members that witnessed the event, who was right there, has left their permanent position for very obvious, rational and reasonable decisions. We've struggled over a year to attract casuals for the theatre due to industry-wide shortages, and they are across the industry. We're currently in the market with a specialist recruiter for hospitality. We're working hard to get them for new team members on board, but the very few applications we've received are very limited, both in terms of the scope and suitability and employability. In looking at our rostering now, and again, we're in instant recovery mode from the fatality at the workplace, and looking at our rostering between now and the end of the year, we're considering our ability to meet the current demands of confirmed shows. One of the options we're currently looking at, it's not locked in, is a contract labour hire at $1,800 a day plus travel costs. We've reached out to our theatre network to see who's available from other theatres to come and help. They're all very supportive, but there's no one available at this point in time. So another point of a factual basis is that while the theatre was inspected and declared fully safe for operation, we've got a technical report from early this year which necessitates us considering remediation work between now and Christmas. At this time, we're still working on the details. It looks like we'll need another week of closure between now and Christmas, which we need to be factoring in our rostering and show. So what I hope I'm explaining is that this is the current operations of our theatre are week-by-week propositions. Any portrayal by public debate or what have you, that this is just about a couple of extra days off for staff is a misrepresentation of the many elements we're still working through as an organisation. That's my responsibility, councillors, in terms of the safety legislation, where we've experienced a fatality in the workplace. I'd just point out also another factual point is improvement notices. As a result of the workplace fatality, and community would not know this, so it's pleasing that I've been the opportunities to get this out there for understanding. We've been issued with improvement notices, and there was a focus from those improvement notices from Safe Work New South Wales on work procedures, manual handling, rostering and fatigue management. For clarity, improvement notices are issued in certain circumstances when an inspector of Safe Work New South Wales reasonably believes a person is contravening or has contravened or is likely to contravene a provision of the Workplace Health and Safety Act or regulation. The recipient, that's council, is required to remedy or prevent reoccurrence within a specified period, and there's a time frame for compliance. In this case, it relates to rostering and fatigue management. So this hasn't come out of the blue, is what we're saying. This is arising from the fatality at the workplace. And I appreciate it's difficult for the dance business to hear from. These notices are distinct from ongoing investigations by Safe Work into the workplace fatality. But it's worth knowing that it's the elected body that the DRC obligations and mine as the principal officer under the safety legislation are non-negotiable. I must follow those through. Indeed, Safe Work interviews held last week with staff, some for the second time for staff. There were conversations around applying lessons learnt and how DRC are doing that. It's pleasing we're able to explain our focus on this both from an ethical and legal perspective. So to be clear, the operations of DRTC are a week-by-week proposition. If I go down another permanent staff, a key technician role, I'll have no choice but to close the operations of the theatre. That's how critical our staff shortages are, and this is a week-by-week proposition, and we cannot compromise on safety, and we are under the instructions from Safe Work as well. I want to make that clear. I could go on, but I think I've explained certain key levels of facts. This is beyond just closing for additional days of leave.
Yes,
question
Councillor
on that.
Dickinson.
So I'd like to ask about the improvement notice, which I understand is legal compliant. We have to comply with improvement notices from Safe Work. Does the improvement notice stipulate that we must shut the theatre on the 20th of December?
The CEO.
No, we have to manage fatigue. We have to manage fatigue management, the rostering of staff. So it's the whole 3 months that we're looking at.
And so
Councillor Dickinson, further question.
Further question on that then. So one of the offers that the public forum speakers spoke about was to move it earlier in the week. And so if you were rostering, would it be sensible then from that perspective to say, well, instead of having that extra work earlier in the week, then roster that time off to then actually run that person at that particular time? So would that be a reasonable solution to the rostering, which I understand your issue with the rostering, but if that person is available earlier in the week, then surely you could have that time off and work later in the week as a logical conclusion to that rostering scenario you've presented.
CEO.
The issue is there may not be staff to roster on. So that is this contractor that we're working hard to obtain. It is going to be more difficult on the weekend immediately before Christmas to hire replacement staff. So all of the options in terms of our rostering, and that is my responsibility, not the elected bodies, are being considered. In managing the risk, there's a real risk we will not have available resources to deliver on that particular weekend. That's why it's been raised about shifting it into a time where we think it's more likely we'll be able to resource it. But as I say, it's a week by week proposition, the theatre, and that risk will get amplified, in my view, the closer we get to Christmas.
Further? Yep.
And so the part that seems difficult to understand, I'm struggling to look at that now when it's 3 months away. In other words, the fatigue management I understand now, and the theatre is running, the show's on, people are attending shows, and I understand what you're saying, that it's not running at its full capacity, but there are shows running, there are people attending events, there are people coming in and putting on performances there. That's today. In 3 months' time, I think logically that would be enough time to be able to deliver a solution in line with Council's resolution.
Take that as a question, CEO.
As I said at the beginning, the council passed this resolution. That's your right and prerogative, and most welcome to it. I'm highlighting a very real risk that we will not be able to deliver against that. So whilst you're saying, yep, we're open at this date, we are working hard to reduce the risk to all hirers in terms of the potential for cancelling of events. So it doesn't, the resolution can carry forward. That's fine. It is a very real risk. We won't be able to meet the opening periods we've already got right through the next 3 months. It's an ongoing risk week to week. It gets amplified, in my view, as I say, leading into Christmas.
Councillor Wright.
So question with respect to that then, I know the CEO highlighted the fact that that may be more difficult to obtain staff over that weekend as opposed to weekday, but irrespective, I imagine that's a busy time of year anyway. We talked about renegotiating the day to a weekday or from a weekend. The comments that I'm getting are irrespective of whether it is a weekday or a weekend, that risk would still be there anyway. Is that correct?
The CEO.
I think it's a heightened risk the weekend before Christmas. I should have added the technical contract resources we're looking like we potentially could obtain are coming from Brisbane and Melbourne. So leading up to Christmas, that close to Christmas, there's a very risk. We haven't confirmed that they won't be available that close. So in minimising this risk, and I guess it relates somewhat to our experience with the Dubbo Theatre Company after the fatality happened, where we weren't sure of when we were going to get handed the facility back from Safe Work. So we highlighted this is a big risk. We'll have no choice. It may get council late notice. Very difficult discussion, but in working that collaboration, we moved it to an agreeable date where the risk is obviously substantially lower. I think it's April or May. So it's about that working with and managing the risk and acknowledging that, as I say, it's a week by week proposition.
Councillor Richardson.
Just I think it's a question. I'm pretty sure it's a question. So in the next month, 6 weeks, if one of the staff members leaves, then there's a real possibility that the theatre could close prior to the closing date that we're talking about now. Is that correct?
The CEO.
Correct. I probably should have, sorry, you were saying something there that flagged my memory that I was going to say. It'll come back to me shortly.
Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just probably a question, like we had a similar resolution, if it was CSC 25/6 back in February. Do we have any confirmation from staff at DRTCC if they saw, oh, yep, we're going to be closed on that period, I'll book some leave in advance? Do we know if we are able to cover the staff shortages if they have already put in to take leave?
CEO.
Now, Council, this has arisen from the fatality. So this is the reason the conversation's happening that is the point of difference to the previous years. So it's not a matter of staff having leave. There's no staff to have the leave, or there's a shortage of staff to have the leave. I should throw to Mr. Arms. You're comfortable thus far?
There's no leave.
Yeah.
Councillor Cowley online. Yes. Almost.
Mayor, I just wonder if, can you hear me properly?
Just.
Okay. I just wonder if somebody could explain, given the level of angst that this is causing in the community, what is there anything that we can do to find a solution?
Anything we can do to find a solution to the CEO?
Well, I think it's working directly with the affected parties. Certainly the other dance business operation has, whilst it's very disruptive, they've moved to earlier in the week. I've offered, out of good faith, waiving of those fees. I think I've had feedback via staff about that the dance business related to the speakers tonight, that doesn't suit. But that's certainly the option there. Certainly, I'm willing to work if there's other localities that can provide certainty at that time of the year, whether it be a school, whether it be the RSL or something. I'm very happy to work with that in in good confidence, cover any extra costs of those that disruption. So I guess it entails us working together, both to understand the risk, the very real risk, and are there other opportunities. I'll just throw to Mr. Arms to make sure he's comfortable with that descriptor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. CEO. I agree with the sentiment there is to work together through this. It's a difficult time for everyone. We take the theatre operation very seriously. The staff take it very seriously, and I know the users and the hire groups love the theatre and want to use it for all the reasons that the CEO has discussed this evening. It's proving a challenge, but I think if we can work together, seek a compromise, I think we can find a solution.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey, and then we'll come back.
A question, please, through you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. CEO, you mentioned that it's a problem, an ongoing problem. Can I ask whether we have cancelled other proposed functions between now and the end of December? And if we have, which ones are they? And secondly, have we advised all bookings that are going to occur for performances between now and December that there's a very real chance that that may well be cancelled because of shortage of staff? Have we formally advised them that?
CEO?
Not at this point in time. We're doing the modelling now. I'll throw to Mr. Arms in terms of logic, I guess, of working backwards from furthest out where there is as much notice as possible and bringing that forward. What I've also asked Mr. Arms to do is bring a report forward to the October Ordinary Council meeting about both the cost and implications of this. So this will be being brought forward in a staff report. It's likely that we'll be asking or proposing that we increase the operational budget of the theatre, and Mr. Arms will have to cut other areas of his operation to fund this, and it's just the expense of a critical incident recovery. Mr. Arms, further to that question for Councillor Ivey?
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yes, we're forward rostering through to the Christmas period, which is not something that we typically do because we generally need to wait until the venue hire agreement is signed. So we move from a tentative hold to a formal booking agreement via that hire agreement. And in that hire agreement, we start to find the details of the requirements of the show, which allows us then to roster staff appropriately. And so in the absence of that detail, because the tentative holds that a number of the dance schools have don't provide that detail, we're basing our rostering off previous years. But we also have a number of shows, I think 31 events rather, let's call them in generally, that have contracted bookings. So we're committed to those to an extent, or there would be contractual obligations otherwise. And so we know what our general roster is through to the Christmas break, but we're focusing on a roster by roster basis to address the issues that we have and that the CEO has been talking about. We have moved internal shows, so for example, the Carney talk, which the rugby league player, what's his name? Todd Carney, we've moved Todd across the road there to the Victoria Park. He was in the theatre just to give the DRT staff a little time. We've moved other internal hires as well, and we'll be talking to all the hirers in due course as we work through this. But we need to be able to talk with them and sit down around a table and work through the issues, work through their requirements, explain our position, and together come to a compromise. It's really the only way through this.
Councillor Ivey, anything further? Councillor Wells?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I think I've got a comment and potentially a question. The comment is, given that the current situation is around risk mitigation and measuring, and because of a fatal incident, that's really, really sad. And it's understandable that we've got a low workforce because people are traumatised by such a significantly traumatic event. And that's, it can't be changed. But my question is, I think I heard, I'm not sure if it was the CEO or somebody said that there are other opportunities that we're looking at. So I think Dubbo RSL was one of those opportunities because they have a theatre type, probably much smaller. Is that an opportunity, or do they have the technicians there that could be shared with Dubbo Regional Council, or if they've got theirs available? I don't know. Is that part of the thinking around other opportunities if there's a need? I get it. I absolutely feel for the staff at that particular area. It has to be traumatic and very difficult to staff such a challenging area. But I just wonder if the other areas that we're looking at are like the club with their theatre or their auditorium or any other local facilities that might enable such a concert to occur. Maybe not at the same grandeur, but I don't know. I'm plucking at straws, I suppose. Thank you.
CEO.
Yeah, happy to work with the proponent on any solution and work hard and do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of discussions with possible alternative venues. And that's at Mr. Arm's point, that's where that discussion is sitting down and working and then understanding what's possible and what's out there. In terms of the technicians, the particular roles we have are highly skilled technicians. They're beyond what's probably there at the RSL, not probably, they are what they would be, and that is the scarce resource. That is that exposure, and that's the week by week proposition. So, and that's that loss of Andrew and that skill set that he brought. We've got a very limited, we still have good operators there. That's the contracting resource we're trying to obtain, and that's why it's difficult to confirm at this point in time, noting that we're working hard on it to bring that skill set in, and Craig and I met with the manager Linda to wargame that, what could this look like, and bring them on to have that capability, but we just have no certainty yet is what we're managing.
Further debate, questions, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Just another question here is with respect to the alternative dates that have been proposed. Obviously, this motion, should it go through, will reserve the original dates. Those alternative dates proposed would remain open as an alternative solution anyway. Is that correct? I'm assuming council, well, the theatre wouldn't book those out for any other events during that week.
CEO.
Throw to Mr. Arms.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yes, so those dates remain, and we'd be only too willing to sit down with all the hirers, whether they have a contracted booking or a tentative hold, to work through to find a solution. So of the 141 days between the 1st of August through to the 19th of December, the doors are closed for 12 of those days. And so it's a massive commitment, real challenge, but we're determined to do it well and right, and we call on the support of our hirers to work with us.
Councillor Cowley online.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify a question, did I hear correctly that Dubbo Regional Council would cover the costs of any associated costs with seeking an alternative venue, should they arise?
CEO.
Within reason, not the casino in Sydney, of course, as exciting that would be. But certainly, and I'll use the precedent we set when we had to cancel the NAIDOC ball in Dubbo, and they had expenses like camera people and what have you, and we were quite prepared, given the extraordinary circumstance in which that decision had to be made, to cover those costs. So very happy in the role of CEO to work through the proponent, understand what those actual costs that they can't recover or change could be, and to work through how we could, and again, that's part of that budget discussion we'll bring to you in October about we're going to have to increase the operating budgets to cover things that, from a ethically and in terms of equity, it's the right thing to do. So it's a long way of saying yes.
Further debate, councillors? Councillor Toynton.
Sorry, just another question. Alternatives within this motion, within this resolution, as a fail-safe?
My understanding, before we go to the CEO, is that it would rely on booking the travelling tech group out of Sydney, out of Brisbane or Melbourne, but clarity from the CEO.
Yeah, look, as I said before, your prerogative to pass the motion. Hopefully what I explained in terms of my obligation under safety regulations and legislation doesn't change. know that we're working hard to get those resources as much as possible, but I don't have that certainty at this point in time. So beyond that, there isn't that fail-safe underneath. We're working hard to get one.
Councillor Ivey.
Just a point, Mr. Mayor. I'm confused. We've got the resources to offer the DRTC on midweek, so we've got the resources to do that because we're prepared to offer that midweek date, but we don't have the resources to do it on Saturday. Is that right?
CEO.
What I'm calling out, and this is where we'll be sitting down with individual hirers, is there's a high likelihood in understanding the industry that we won't be able to get contract resources in on that weekend just before Christmas because they're coming from interstate. So that is the constraint. So if we work through and hold that booking, work through it, and that falls through in terms of that will be late notice to a hirer and there shall be cancel, we'll have no choice but to cancel it. So it is less likely to have that impact during the week because we believe we're more likely to get contractor external resources in during the week, not that weekend immediately before Christmas.
Further clarity, right with that? Yep. Anyone else? I'll just, before we go back to the mover, I'll just very quickly say, look, this is a purely operational matter. This is a bit like bringing a notice of motion to tell the CEO to grade out the front of someone's house on their road. And we sort of don't get involved in what the closing dates are on art per se and how to staff the theatre. That's all up to the CEO. And it's...
Point of order,
Right,
Mr. Mayor. This was originally a resolution of council as the dates to close, so it definitely is a policy matter, not operation. Operation is to deliver on that, but it was pointed out by Mr. Arms in the very first email when some of the emails came in that it was a council resolution that we voted on the 25th of February, so definitely it is a policy issue, not an operational matter in terms of the date set.
So what's your point of order? What's your point of order?
You just said that this is not a matter we should be dealing with because it's operational, but setting those dates is definitely a policy matter.
Thank you. There's no point of order there. Just about an act of disorder. And there were no dates in the original resolution back in February. Now, it's a shame that there wasn't, before the start of September, the date set for the closure at the end of the year, but it really is up to the CEO and his team how they allocate the staff and whether they're able to open or not. And like we've heard, it really does depend. If they're going to do a show on the 20th, Saturday the 20th of December, it looks like they really have to get a contractor out of Melbourne or Brisbane, and there's no guarantee that that can happen, but I'm more than happy to allow the CEO to work with the dance school, and thanks to the dance school that did the midweek show due to all the reasons that we've heard before. And we've also heard that this wouldn't be an issue had that fatality not occurred in the middle of the year, and a lot of things have stemmed out of that. And we really do need everyone to talk to council though, so any hirers really do need to not just cut off contact with council, but contact the council and work together, as we've heard from the director and the CEO, to work out what can possibly happen. So there might be, passing this resolution won't guarantee that there will be a show on Saturday the 20th of December. It might just be open, but whether it's council staff, and if they can't get the contractors to actually run the show, then there wouldn't be a show. So that's something that the dance school will have to work out with the CEO and his team on an operational level. I hope that something can be worked out, and we've heard all of the different things there, and staffing is a real issue due to what we've heard. So look, I'll vote for this, but it doesn't guarantee that a show is going to happen on Saturday the 20th due to the staffing issues that we've just had ventilated extensively. Thank you. The mover of the original motion, Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you. Look, the tough part about this is that what happened on the 2nd of July this year was terrible. Obviously, very harsh on the CEO, very harsh on the staff of the theatre. And I think the community in general has been very understanding. And the CEO did mention the Dubbo Theatre Company, who had a show immediately after that, and they were very understanding and working through that at that immediate time frame, that immediate period. Having implications 6 months down the track or 5.5 months down the track makes it, in my opinion, very difficult to justify the discussion we're having here. And one of the things that is interesting in this is that we've been prepared as a council via the CEO to waive fees of the theatre if it's moved to a different date, which is thousands of dollars, or as Councillor Cowley brought up, to actually go and help some costs, not in a casino in Sydney, but costs at another theatre, another location somewhere in Dubbo, which would be thousands of dollars as well. I think the best outcome, even if it does cost us thousands of dollars to honour our original commitment, and that is what I think we should be doing, is honouring that original commitment. So if there is a cost to bring contractors in, or whatever way we do, if we waive the fees and move it to another date, there's going to be a cost. But then all of those additional costs and all those additional heartaches that you'll have from the dance studios that have been outlined, if the cost is going to be a cost to the council either way, then it would be better to keep that date at the original date. The crucial part here is that we do make policy, as I said before. And when we make policy, we then ask our staff to go and deliver at an operational level. And how they deliver on that in the best possible way is, I suppose, the responsibility of the CEO and the staff that we've got there. And that might be tough sometimes. It's not a walk in the park. We have highly skilled, highly paid professional staff to be able to deliver these solutions that council, on behalf of the community, want to be able to deliver. And in this scenario, despite the tragic accident on the 2nd of July, I would like to ask our staff to deliver what I think the community deserves, the community needs, in terms of the use of that theatre at the appropriate time. We didn't set the date back in February because it was accepted from the previous years, 2024, 2023, that the shutdown would start on the Monday prior to Christmas, as it had done previously. There was no need to set a date. It was a 2-week period. Things have changed since then. But again, after that, I think we could still deliver on this. And even if we did go earlier in the week, there is still a very real risk that we wouldn't be able to deliver even then. So if I was a dance studio and if I could say, well, I could have it when it was originally planned or early in the week and there's a risk either mightn't go ahead, I'd be saying, well, let's stick with the original dates. So I commend my fellow councillors to vote in favour of this. Let's make sure we deliver what the community deserves, and then it'll be up to the CEO to do the very best with the staff to make sure we can deliver on that for our residents.
Councillors, I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll close the voting. Carried unanimously. Next item is CCL 25/249 Forrestvale Road, Creek Crossing. Councillor Toynton, would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move an alternative motion. That council staff arrange for the appropriate approvals to be obtained for works to clear the build-up of material in Spices Creek near the Forrestvale Road Creek Crossing. 2, that works be undertaken to lower the water level to below the deck of the causeway crossing.
A seconder. Councillor Ryan, thank you. Councillor Toynton, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I've spoken with the residents of Gollan who've said to me that after the drought broke, this has been 5 years that causeway has been underwater. Now, when we do drive across roads when it's rained, council's very quick to put signs up that say water over road. Just informs people to slow down, or if you're on a motorbike, don't hit it full pelt because you will be thrown in the drink or worse. That was, we're going into 5 years that it's been covered in water. It's built up a significant amount of slime. I've heard from the Gollan RFS Fire Brigade that they've been dry bogged on that slime where they just can't gain traction, and they've had to send trucks out from Ballymore to tow them out, then drive the long way back. So I think this is really, how long's a piece of string to wait for something simple to be clearer crossing? So I'm hoping that we can resolve that tonight and to have this done in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
Can I request Councillor Taunton to reread his alternative motion, please?
Yep, certainly. So point 1 will be that council staff arrange for the appropriate approvals to be obtained for works to clear the build-up of material in Spices Creek near the Forrestvale Road Creek Crossing. 2, that works be undertaken to lower the water level to below the deck of the causeway crossing.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Just a question on that, Mr. Mayor. I didn't think that was the intention. I thought that the second one was to read that the works be undertaken to remove the build-up of material in Spices Creek near the Forest Vale Road Creek crossing so as to lower the water level. I think the second one just talks about lowering the water level without actually saying how to do it. I know it's a bit pedantic, but I mean that's the point of the motion. I think we want that material removed so as to lower the point of the the water level.
The mover, would you like to add that little bit in?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's add it in.
Righto. How would that artist seconder? Councillor Ryan, agree to that?
Yeah, I agree to that. Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Councillor Toynton will just get that again. Staff furiously typing.
I'll wait till the staff get that.
Yep, give them a minute.
Thank you.
Councillor Ivey, can you just repeat that sentence, please? Microphone on for all those at home. Oh, you're right. Oh. Go now. Don't touch anything, go now.
So point 2 to read that works be undertaken to remove the build-up of material in Spices Creek near the Forest Vale Road Creek crossing so as to lower the water level across the crossing when conditions allow.
Thank you. Right, we've got that. Councillor Ryan's happy. Councillor Toynton's happy. Everyone's right. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Dickerson.
Just after a approximate time frame from probably Mr. Ryan or through you to the CEO to work out if we have an idea of when that could be done, if we have some ballpark figure around that.
CEO.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the works that would be required to be undertaken there, it is about getting essentially a long reach excavator in to a very saturated area at the moment. And that has been the cause of the delays of doing any work there prior to now. So it will be very much condition dependent because we don't want to go in there and do more damage than good in terms of the removal of the material. It's estimated that it's about 2,500 to 2,700 tonnes of material that need to be removed to actually make it work. So it is a reasonably large undertaking, not just a bucket load of material taken out. So we've got to grab depth and width to actually make that sustainable so that it doesn't silt up again quickly.
Further questions, debate? Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support this motion because I've been in Golan few times and it's really need for them. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question. So is there any other state government agency need to get involved with this matter? And do they need to give us permission to do that job? Thank you.
CEO.
Mr. Ryan. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the first part of that notice of motion refers to approval. So that's fisheries approval that is required to undertake works within a waterway. We actually have a fisheries permit that allows us to do works near causeways, but it is only 10 metres upstream and 20 metres downstream. So we would have to apply to get a fisheries permit that would cover the full extent of works. I don't see any issues with that. We've previously had one for a larger area than what we've currently do. So I would see that would be quite simple in terms of process for us to get that approval. So that is the approval that we need. Other approvals there that it is actually within a waterway, so we would have to work out if we do need to get any other state government agency approvals, but it's also on private property as well, so we need to get owners' permission to do that. So it is relatively complicated in terms of land ownership and what we're able to do and not do, and the approval will actually govern to the extent of the type of works that we can do on those parcels of land. But yeah, certainly there's New South Wales fisheries permits and also landowner's consent that's required to do that.
Councillor Dickerson.
Do we have some costs for this? Obviously, Mr. Ryan's talked about an extensive amount of material to be moved, and I assume that's already budgeted because you've been looking for an opportunity to do this. This is an extra cost outside our budget, I assume.
CEO.
Yep. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We do have an operational budget that deals with bridges, and that's generally where we use this because it's a type of crossing, so it's very generalised in terms of the name of the funding source. The initial back of the envelope estimate, and I will say back of the envelope, it's about $140,000. So it is quite significant. There's the access that we've got to gain to get in there and restoration of that. Including in that is the disposal of the material, because we won't be able to just leave it on site, won't be just putting it up on the bank. It will be needed to be taken away. But I'm confident that we're able to reuse that, so we do get a benefit in terms of a reuse purpose out of it. But seriously, back of the envelope, it's about 140 grand, which is about $51 a tonne to remove and take off site.
Further councillors? Councillor Toynton, a question?
Yeah, so just a question in relation to the cost. Do we have any form of disaster grant to cover that cost, given that this was at the result of the drought breaking where that material was washed down and has blocked up the under causeway drainage? So I'm just thinking, does this come into the category of a disaster that we'd be eligible to claim external funding for?
CEO.
Mr. Ryan, sorry. Can never go. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's not eligible for or disaster relief funding. That only applies to assets that are owned by council, like transportation type assets, so your road, bridges. This is actually a silting up of a natural river or creek system, so no, that would not be eligible.
Councillor Toynton.
So ineligible, even though that's not a dirt causeway, it's actually a concrete causeway. I assume that council owns that causeway.
CEO.
Mr. Ryan. Yep, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's not so much the causeway hasn't been damaged, so to speak. It's actually had the Spices Creek silt up both the pipes that go through there and the Spices Creek itself. So the disaster relief funding actually applies to damage to infrastructure that's owned by a council, if that makes sense. Then.
Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, just a question, mate, just in regards to that. That 100, back of the envelope, $140,000, does that also include doing something to prevent it from happening again?
The CEO.
So that, I was through you, Mr. Mayor. So the $140,000 is basically to cut a channel. So it's dredging, it's to dredge a channel for about 150 metres and roughly around 12 metres wide. That's to give a more permanent solution, but that doesn't guarantee that it doesn't then silt up again in a number of years. So that's basically a way of trying to get the maximum amount of time before it silts up, knowing that we've actually got that on the plans for replacement through a planning agreement. So there's the balance of how much do you do in terms of work now and balancing that with what's going to be there in the future.
CEO, for further clarification.
Yeah, just on the permit, the best solution will be a bridge that's above the 1 in 100 flood level, as Mr. Ryan alluded to. That is part of a VPA to do with the Spices Creek wind farm. That was determined as a strategic priority for that group of residents, standing around the circle around Golan Hall. Should that get to financial close, and it's most likely it will, given it's plugging into the new transmission that is the RES, there's the potential for council with that known debtor income over the first 5 years, that council could borrow against that known income and build a bridge in year one or go to tender in year one so we can get that solution, that permanent solution, up as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Further debate, councillors. We'll go back to the mover for a right of reply, Councillor Toynton.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we've covered all aspects here.
Thank you. Councillors, I will open the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Motion carried unanimously. CCL 25/250, naming of the new Dubbo Bridge. Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move point 1, that the new Dubbo Bridge naming community consultation report summary, August 2025, prepared by Transport for New South Wales, be noted.
Thank you. A seconder, Councillor Richardson. Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I was hoping to make an amendment to that motion if I can.
All right, hang on. We've got to just vote on this one first.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Righto. Now, seconded by Councillor Richardson. First up goes to Councillor Toynton to speak on this point.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to move an amendment to this motion, if I could, by adding point 2 here, that the recommended name for the bridge to be considered for approval by Transport for New South Wales be the James Samuels Bridge. Thank you.
A seconder, Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that?
I would. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And look, the words I'm going to read out here are actually from our fellow councillor, Councillor Cowley, who found it a little bit difficult to be online and express her opinion on this one. So please indulge me, if you will, whilst I read this out. Probably not as articulately as my fellow councillor, Councillor Cowley. I would like to endorse a request from more than 2,500 people in our community that we recommend to Transport for New South Wales the name James Samuels Bridge for the new crossing over the Womble in honour of perhaps the most prominent European founder of our city as we know it today. My preference would have been for a dual naming, that is, for one of the proposed Wiradjuri words followed by James Samuels, but despite there being recent regional precedents, Transport for New South Wales has made it abundantly clear that a dual name will not be considered. I have many reasons for supporting the name James Samuels Bridge. Chief among them is that he was our city's first mayor, but he was so much more as well. I do have quite a list of things here as well as James Samuels' achievements, and many of them we've actually heard from the gallery already today. I will note that as one of the founders of the Agricultural Society he was, we know it today as the Dubbo Show Society, but apart from agriculture, Samuels was an entrepreneur in many ways, first to identify and make a study of the underground water aquifers and artesian springs in the Dubbo Basin, and also chairman of the Dubbo Gas Company, which was responsible for connecting the town with gas in 1882, bringing light to our town. The Samuels family, direct descendants of James Sr., some of whom are in the gallery, has lived in Dubbo continuously since these founding days and have continued to contribute significantly to the community, as did their forefather, particularly in the fields of business and the arts and culture, often quietly and without fanfare. The family has worked hard to bring consciousness of just how much their forebear contributed and to gather support for the naming of the new bridge in his honour. They have amassed a large and diverse base of support, including a petition signed by more than 2,400 residents. Those supporters come from all walks of life across our community to offer support for proposing the suggested name, including former Mayor and now New South Wales MLC Stephen Lawrence and other community leaders in the field of arts, industry and business, alongside everyday residents whose opinions also lend weight to the suggested naming. James Samuels' contribution beyond being our first mayor really come to my attention whilst I was putting together the history of the Northwest Pastoral and Agricultural Association, now known as the Dubbo Show Society, of which he was a founder, and I came to understand just how much the modern-day Dubbo owes this man. Recognition of James Samuels' contribution and his laying of the solid foundation on which the city we now serve is built is long overdue in my humble opinion, and the symbolism of a bridge linking two sides of our story, European and Wiradjuri, over the mighty Womble has a nice synergy. We are achieving language recognition across the region in many other ways, and I'm comfortable that naming of this bridge, this man-made structure as the James Samuels Bridge will in no way diminish the beauty or importance of the Wiradjuri language in other spheres, or in any way lessen the value and contribution of Aboriginal culture to our modern society. Again, in Councillor Cowley's words, I similarly feel my own commitment and demonstrated advocacy for the retention and maintenance of traditional Aboriginal language and culture is solid, and I'm comfortable with recommending that we can honour both perspectives and histories in our modern community. In consulting some of my Aboriginal friends, I found that while many understandably support the use of Wiradjuri word, and I would neither ask nor expect that to change, some others also support the notion of paying tribute to one of our city's founding European fathers as a mark of respect and recognition of that aspect in our history. Among the latter is Frank Riverbank Doolan, who has asked that I pass on this message for consideration, and I quote, "I think the new bridge should be called the James Samuels Bridge. My reason for this is easy to understand, really. We have two bridges already, both named after men who had a lot to do with the establishment of Dubbo as a city, as we understand it to be now. Naming the bridge after James Samuels is a continuation of that. When you know about him and the work he did over time, he did over and above what was required. He was the first mayor of Dubbo, so I wouldn't have a problem in any way, shape or form with naming the bridge after him. I can appreciate the idea from some people that it needs to be a name reflecting the Wiradjuri heritage, but I say that's not necessarily so. There's already wide Wiradjuri representation in names around the city, so let's not quibble over it. Give credit where credit is due. Name this bridge the James Samuels Bridge and let's get on with it," end quote. We've heard of the achievements of James Samuels, so I won't reiterate them here, but I'd like to share a tidbit about the man. The end of his life came after he was burned in an accident. Details are sketchy, but his obituary in the Dubbo Liberal and Macquarie Advocate of May 20, 1927, the correspondent ventured that it was hoped that he would reach the patriarchal age of 100, a consummation which would in all probability have been reached but for this unfortunate accident. Apparently when the doctor decided Mr. Samuels needed to go to hospital, and various large hospitals further afield were suggested, he flatly refused, demanding instead, "Take me to my own hospital, that's the only place I'll go." The paper reported while he was being taken to hospital, he named the streets of his beloved town as he passed through them. Such was James Samuels, who gave his life to and for Dubbo and stands in our memory alone as its greatest townsman. Of his funeral, mourners were parting with, it said, mourners were parting with a life unequalled for good deeds in the annals of Dubbo. Councillors, I echo the sentiments of my friend Riverbank Frank. I thank the Samuels family for bringing their forebears' contribution to our attention and congratulate the community for its work in proposing and supporting the suggested name, James Samuels Bridge. So I ask, if you are able to, you too support the bid and this motion. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wright has covered every single point, didn't leave anything. But I'd like to thank you all the residents came tonight, showing their support, and all the people sending all the messages, all the emails we all the councillor have received last few weeks. And also like a councillor, Miss Lucy Samuel has mentioned, like 180 years Samuel family in this Dubbo community, and they are continually contributing to our society. And James Samuel, like his all lifelong, the contribution in this city was significant. So I could not find the reason not supporting this motion. So I'll fully support this motion, and hopefully Transport for New South Wales will consider this name. Thank you.
Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'll support the motion too. It's fitting, isn't it, when you think about it? This new bridge that's going across the river there, it will really be part of the continued development of our region. It's going to be integral to the development of our region, providing better transport right through from virtually the interstate transport. And so I think it's fitting that that development should bear the name of the person who played a key role in laying the foundation for that development. In my opinion, the combination of the James Samuels Bridge over the Womble River neatly highlights all that is good about our area. Those names and the physical construction bring together the First Nations involvement, the early European settlement, and the modern technology used for the benefit of our present society. So it really does encapsulate all that's good about our area. Again, I think Councillor Cowley made the point too that the Wiradjuri naming is really very, very important, but particularly for sort of land physical structures of the landscape. Not so much that some of the improvements which have been made to that landscape. And so I'd be very much in favour of naming the bridge, the James Samuels Bridge, and pushing very hard to actually have the Macquarie renamed the Womble. I think let's get rid of the Macquarie out of the Macquarie River, but not have a dual name there, but have it as a single name, the Womble River. Thank you.
Councillor Butler.
No, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to support the motion. People have talked at great length about his amazing achievements, and I think that no point reiterating that. I think we get that. But there is something, somebody did say, oh, we've mentioned it all. I don't think we have. One of the things I'd like to recognise Mr. Samuels for was his establishing of the church and his work for 60 years as deacon. And so I'd like to recognise that there's actually a spiritual foundation. We talk about infrastructure in council, and when we say infrastructure, we mean the road, the bridge, the tip, all that stuff. But there's a spiritual infrastructure that he established in Dubbo. And I think that, we've talked about all this other stuff. We haven't addressed that bit. And so I think that was played out in the fact that his compassion to pay for Indigenous people who went to hospital and couldn't afford it is a huge heart. I mean, that's a man of heart, right? When you actually you're forking out your own dosh to help someone in need, and that is a definite trait of someone who has God at the centre of their heart. You probably remember there was an incident where he took on the children of the couple that died, and he raised them as his own children, but he kept their surname because he wanted the family name to be remembered. A huge act of heart. I mean, if I was to bring up a number of kids, I'd want them probably to take my name, but he did a great job with that. And I think and so just to finish off, I hope it's no pun intended perhaps, I don't know, but I would say that he bridged between the Aboriginal and the non-Aboriginal people in this area. And so I think a bridge is actually very fitting. So I thank you for your time, and may the discussion continue.
Further debate. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say that, yes, I will support the naming of this bridge. I'm very proud that I am a descendant of one of the original settlers of this district, and I've been here nearly all my life, and I'm very proud of that, and I can only imagine how proud the Samuels family are of James Samuels and the work that he's done. So I just think if we name this bridge the James Samuels Bridge, it's going to actually bring all the first settlers of this district together as well. It's going to recognise the work that the whole community has done for the last 180 years to get where we are today.
Further debate. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I want to say that I respect my councillors for their views that they've brought forward about the naming of the bridge. I've certainly had conversations with Councillor Cowley around her views and what she's putting forward. What I want to say is that in 2023, Council resolved to name the bridge an Indigenous name. In 2023, so that was November of 2023 that we resolved that it was going to be an Indigenous name with Transport for Services New South Wales. Then fast forward a bit, and there were further consultations and engagement with community. And more recently, on the 13th of May this year through to the 31st of July, more consultation with community around those Indigenous names. Transport for New South Wales has provided those names to us with a list of those saying that meet the criteria and those that don't meet the criteria. I in no way am saying what I'm saying in any way or shape in disrespect to those that are bringing forward the James Samuels name. I'm more so saying that I feel that we should maintain what we originally said we were going to do in 2023. And I have my views that there is very spiritual connection over 60,000 years to naming the bridge a First Nations name or a Wiradjuri name. And they're my reasons for, and I won't continue to go on, I've got lots of other information that makes my decision to not vote for this particular motion and vote against it. But that's not meaning that I'm saying that with any disrespect. I say it with the utmost respect and hope that we follow what Transport for New South Wales put to us in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Cowley online. Hopefully still there. Yes.
Yes, I am, and I apologise for not being able to be there in person, and my ears have just dropped out, and I'm having all sorts. But thank you to Councillor Wright for sharing my thoughts, and my utmost respect to Councillor Wells for her thoughts as well. Bearing in mind, obviously, that Transport for New South Wales will indeed have the last say. But yeah, I would love to see this bridge named after James Samuels, and to continue the legacy of the Samuels family.
Councillor Ryan.
Look, I was a bit torn between the name, the actual idea of this being called the naming of the bridge. Like I said earlier, we can suggest a name, and then it's, you know, we put that forward, and it's up to Transport to actually name it. But being that said, look, and I'm a proud Wiradjuri man from Wellington, born and bred. You know, my family stem from the Wiradjuri people in Wellington, and I'm not going to discredit anyone here in saying this, but you know what? The more I hear about the James Samuels reasonings to name the bridge, the more I like it. I've read numbers of things on him, and every time I read an email or I read the information on him, I just think to myself, touche, what an awesome man. You know, I have heard other sides of different things, but you know, I've got to stick to my guns and what I believe is right. So, look, I'll support the motion, and I'd really like to see it called the James Samuels Bridge.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, if this goes through James Samuel Bridge, will Transport New South Wales will do again community consultation, or this is firm?
No, it'll meets the naming requirements and probably be approved. CEO.
That's my understanding, that they've already done the consultation. The council can choose what they choose, and then what Transport for New South Wales will go through their approval process and check that it still meets their standards for a name. Mr. Ryan, you comfortable with that descriptor?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I will just add to that. There is a bridge naming assessment toolkit that Transport use for the naming of bridges. So the 4 Wiradjuri names that were nominated in the report have been through that process already. The name of James Samuels hasn't, so that would be another step that Transport would need to undertake. But that's just making sure that the naming of the bridge that gets nominated by council here tonight meets those criteria in that toolkit. So there's stuff like derogatory naming, community support, all that sort of thing. So that would be another step that Transport would have to do as part of this process of nominating a name that isn't one of those 4 First Nations or Wiradjuri names containing the report.
Councillor Dickerson.
Just a pedantic question, Mr. Mayor. When we talk about Dubbo, I'm often asked about the first mayor, and of course I read off James Samuels Jr. on the 24th of April 1872, elected to the first mayor of Dubbo. And I know the consultation talked about James Samuels, and I know we've heard people talk about James Samuels, but there was a James Samuels Sr. who was still alive when James Samuels Jr. became the mayor, so presumably he took on the junior title to make sure he was distinguished from his dad. Everything's been about James Samuels, but if we are trying to honour the James Samuels that was the first mayor of Dubbo, should we be being pedantic and actually be recommending James Samuels Jr. Bridge rather than just James Samuels?
Question to the CEO, I take it? Or was that... People can make their own mind up.
That'll probably be something that gets discovered through Mr. Mayor by Transport through their process to make sure it's an appropriate name. Mr. Ryan, do you have any magic tricks in this one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, I don't have any magic tricks on this one. That certainly, but it's a good point that that is something that we can include to make sure that we're recognising the right person. Yep.
Any further, councillors? Councillor Ryan, a question?
Yeah, question. Look, in response to Councillor Dickinson's question, I suppose. Look, if his birth certificate just says James Samuels and not James Samuels Jr., well, James Samuels it is. And I think the family would be, and the supporters would be thinking the same thing. You can't just add a title because, you know, in my family there's more than one Adam Ryan, but you know, on my birth certificate. Yeah, I know. Look, yeah.
Question to me, and I'll reply with yes. Thank you. Anything further, Councillor Taunton? Anything? No, Councillor Butler, a question?
Oh, just a clarification, I guess. Is the rulings from the Transport New South Wales and their toolkit that you're referring to, does that preclude having James Samuels? Like, is this like we're given as four actually names and nothing else can be entered into, or does this mean it goes back to another committee or something? What happens, like, let's say this gets up and we want to call it James Samuels, and it goes to Transport and they say, oh, but our toolkit says it's only Wiradjuri names. Where does it go from there?
CEO.
Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The toolkit doesn't actually say it has to be Aboriginal or First Nations name.
Okay.
So that is one part of consideration, but it also talks about Aboriginal and European heritage as well. So it's not exclusive one way or the other. It's just making sure that it's picking an element that addresses, I'll read it out to you. So it's culturally significant and applies to both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal name options. They can relate to Aboriginal heritage, art, social values, etc. So it is not exclusive for an Aboriginal name. It won't get knocked back because of that and that only.
All right, thank you.
Further, councillors? I'll just very quickly say that James Samuels did a lot for Dubbo, and especially when you consider there was only 500 people here when he sort of started in Dubbo. But I just think that the most unifying name we could have would be River Street Bridge, which it's been known as for the last 8 years, since 2017, when it was announced by 99.9% of people in Dubbo. So I won't vote in favour of the James Samuels name for the following reasons. That there's two major roads to name off River, or it's going to be a bit of a highway that leads on to the new Dubbo Bridge, and then there's going to be a major feeder road off there. And I think that having one of those as James Samuels Drive or Way or something like that, and another one, say, as Pearl Gibbs Way with the River Street Bridge would be a much more unifying thing for the whole community, because River Street Bridge, no one would feel like they've won, but no one would feel like they've lost either. And going back to the motion from November 2023, where Council's preferred name for the new Dubbo Bridge should be a First Nations name, it really did, and I said at the time, it really did divide the community, and suddenly a lot of people were saying, I just don't want it to be an Aboriginal name. Lots of people said that to me, and then outside of the whole Transport for New South Wales naming process, we had the James Samuel Bridge campaign, and no one else ran a naming campaign outside of the actual Transport for New South Wales conducted process. So it's like, well, 2,500 people signed a petition, but does that mean that everyone who didn't sign isn't in favour of the James Samuels name? So it's not really a representative sample, a statistically valid randomised representative sample of all of the people around Dubbo that'll be driving over this bridge for many years to come. And there's a Samuel Street in North Dubbo already, I'd note, just up off Macleay Street. But River Street Bridge, rather than having one group as winners and one group as losers, so that's why I can't support the James Samuel Bridge. River Street Bridge, I feel, would be better because it's a neutral name and no one feels like they've come out second best. And noting that no one else ran a campaign. There could have been a huge campaign by someone for Pearl Gibbs or River Street Bridge or anything like that, but everyone stuck to the actual process and didn't go outside of that. So for those reasons, I won't support River Street Bridge, James Samuels Bridge, but I would support River Street Bridge if that came up later on. Further Debate, councillors. Councillor Dickerson or Toynton wish to enter the debate. Councillor Toynton.
Yeah, so no, all things considered, I do see, I do agree with our mayor on this, that I'd be impartial to try and pick a neutral name. So I too would support something similar to River Street Bridge. So it's not a divisive thing. It's neither for or against one group or another. So I'd be leaning towards something neutral as well. Thank you.
Anyone else before we go back to the mover of the original motion? There being nothing else, we go back to Councillor Toynton for a right of reply to anything there to do with as the mover of the original motion, point 1. Anything about the James Samuels Bridge name that you didn't cover just then, Councillor Toynton?
I think everything's been covered as far as I can see.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
So, councillors, we're voting on, which will be point 2, the amendment that the recommended name for the bridge to be considered for approval by Transport for New South Wales shall be James Samuels Bridge. Have we got that ready to go? Yep, that's going to be loaded up. I'll now open the voting on the amendment. I'll now close the voting. That's carried 8 votes to 3. The amendment now becomes the motion. So we've got number 1, that the new Dubbo Bridge naming community consultation summary report, August 2025, prepared by Transport for New South Wales be noted, and 2, that the recommended name for the bridge to be considered for approval by Transport for New South Wales be the James Samuels Bridge. Any further debate, councillors? Councillor Richardson?
Just a question, actually. So can we actually put forward a proposal for the roads leading away to and from the bridge? Like, can we put forward proposals to name them?
They'll be named by council, is my understanding, but the CEO would have further info.
Yeah, I'll pass to Mr. Ryan.
Yep, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we will be involved in the naming of those roads, but not as part of this process for the naming of the bridge. But certainly, yes. Yep.
Further debate on the whole motion? There being none, Councillor Toynton, there's probably nothing there to reply to.
Nothing to reply to.
Thank you. Councillors, we're now voting on the whole motion, points 1 and 2, as I read out before, for the James Samuels Bridge, etc. I will now open the voting. They're right to go. Yep. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried 8 votes to 3. Next item is CCL 25/252, State Significant Development 90792956 Boree Creek Solar Farm. Council's response to the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements.
Shall we give it a adjourn just for a second to let people out? We'll just pause.
We'll just pause for a second while people leave. Do I have someone to move that? Council, the Sears for Boree Creek. Ivy, Councillor Ivy, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Councillor Ivy, would you like to speak to that at all?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just ask a question for clarity? So we're making the Dubbo Regional Council is making the response to the.
They can't hear you.
Just pause for 2 ticks. Righto, Councillor Ivy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in moving this motion, obviously support it. In doing that, though, can I just seek some clarification through you, Mr. Mayor, and the CEO? As I understand it, so the Sears has been released. We are now making a response to that Sears. In reading through it, it does seem to include, I might hesitate to say, some motherhood statements that that this council wants to ensure that the proponent does various things like address the visual impact, address the fear, the chance of flooding. Could I just ask you, through you, Mr. Mayor, is it more than a motherhood statement? Do the requirements that we've put in our response have some teeth? Does it actually require the proponent to act accordingly?
CEO.
Jennings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So the council submission is outside of the 28-day period that the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure has before they have to issue the SEARs. So yes, the SEARs have been issued for the project. However, my consultation with the Department of Planning officers as well, they outlined to me that even though council submission is our submission and what's inside it would be provided to the proponent, and they will be asked to address council submission in the environmental impact statement as well. It will also go on the major projects website for the Boree solar farm, and it will be there as an agency submission as well. Just around the motherhood statement, part of the question, sorry, Councillor Ivey, in that respect, it's important for council obviously to get on the record with our sort of views of the scoping report at that high level. Yes, the SEARs, or the Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements, as you've probably seen in the papers, are quite extensive. There's a lot in there. However, the items in our draft submission are important as well, and we would expect the proponent to make sure that they address those items.
Further?
Just a follow-up question to that. Mr. Jennings stated that it's important that the council think that they do address it. But do we have any? Is there any teeth? Is there any actual statutory obligation that by us saying that these things must be done, they do actually have to be done? I mean, for instance, I just picked out a thing there. We mentioned that accommodation and employment impacts need to be considered and addressed early and ongoing throughout the project planning process. Now, by putting that in there, are we absolutely cementing the obligation of the proponent to address the accommodation and employment impacts?
CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the proponent is required to address employment and accommodation impacts as part of their environmental impact statement. What we aim to do with being quite upfront and somewhat clear as to what we're trying to achieve, we want a proponent to come up with their accommodation solutions and also where they're going to find workers. Obviously, if the application gets approved, if they proceed to EIS level, we want them to be thinking about that throughout the process of building up the layers of their environmental impact statement. We don't want to get to a situation at the end of a development process where we get a accommodation and employment strategy which has been ill thought out, and it comes from the builder at 10 minutes to midnight. As a community, we need better than that, and we expect proponents to be working with us through these issues throughout the layers of building an environmental impact statement, and also through to construction of the project if it does get approved, obviously.
Councillor Wright.
And I was just going to ask also further to that as well. So there's some items in there that in council's response to that regarding flood factors and roads. You're sort of suggesting then that maybe if those particular items aren't raised by council, then if the proponent doesn't have to address them, they wouldn't have addressed them anyway if those sort of topics weren't brought up by council already.
CEO.
Mr. Jennings.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in respect to flood impacts, what we heard from the Boree group when myself and the CEO were out at the Geary shop having a session there with the community, very much given the undulating nature of the site and potential impacts through Deep Creek to Geary as well. So there were some concerns there around what implications does that have for the flood modelling work that Luke's area has already done in Geary. We don't want to exacerbate any impacts. On a similar nature in Wongarbin, with parts of the site that may drain in that direction, we don't want to have that impact as well. We have heard anecdotally from Wellington as well that with solar farms and with one of the projects there, that there has been and obviously anecdotally, but there has been some greater incidents there of stormwater runoff. So we want that looked at properly. We want it looked at right, and we want it looked at up front as well. And sorry, Councillor Wright, the other part of your question? Roads, thank you. Thank you, Mr. CEO. So just in respect of roads, prior to the scoping report going in, the proponent did contact myself and Mr. Ryan to basically get a steer on what direction out of 6 options that they were looking at for road access to the site. Obviously, in the absence of any supporting information, any well-prepared traffic studies and consultation with Mr. Ryan's area, we were very hesitant to put up an option and say, oh yeah, council would support that option, because we just can't do that at this stage. There's just no supporting information there either. Obviously, with a project like this, there'll be 2 potential routes to site. One could come from the Port of Newcastle, or the other could come from the Port of Botany as well. The proponent really has to work through that as part of the EIS process to cement what that transport option is. And then as well, we want to make sure that local roads are impacted as less as possible, as less as humanly possible, and the right upgrades are done at the right time as well. Also looking at other factors around road access, like making sure that we can cater for oversized, overmass vehicles, light vehicles, but also the people that live there and how they operate and how they go about their daily lives as well around that site. Mr. Irons, you want to talk more on? Only if you want to.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Just tacking on to that information about the routes and that sort of type of level of detail, without understanding what traffic movements are like, we really need to get that so we can actually make a more considered approach and provide advice on how we would do that, because that would then inform potential upgrades. It might even inform potential no-go zones as well. So at that early stage, it's difficult to say, yes, go and make this your route, because it's not an informed decision about what's actually going to be applied to that road network, if that makes sense as well.
CEO?
So our history is in the past, and arguably planning has listened and tightened up things, but in the past, yes, people have got away without doing the body of work on their project, and council's road network, sometimes the accommodation solution has not been adequate as well. So that's why it's important to call out in our submission.
Councillor Ryan.
It's like an echo in here.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the social impacts, and it's one thing that I'm looking at, and I think it's a very crucial one, is a point in there that says, a part of the social impact assessment, the required community and stakeholder consultation should be in accordance with applicable guidelines and not just a ticker box approach. I think that's what was lacking at the start of this process with the guys that are sitting in this room. There was no stakeholder consultation. So to see that in there is, it's not all about infrastructure and the roads and whatnot. It's the little things like that didn't happen. So to see that in there, I'm very pleased.
Thank you. Councillor Wright and then Butler.
It was just a question, actually. Obviously, there's two other rather large documents that are attached to that report, being the two rather thorough community group, one, the submission, and second, the objection to the scoping report. So, pardon me if I missed a comment that Mr. Jennings made a moment ago, but do they form a part of council's submission, or they be just a separate submission that goes in just alongside council's? How is that interpreted when that's addressed under the EIS?
CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, given this is a very new approach here that we've taken, because what happens with community at the SEER stage, so when that scoping report goes in, there's no mechanism for any community concerns or, like structured community concerns to be provided to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. So in talking with the Boree Group and also talking to the Hampton Park Group, it's an offer that we made to have that sort of well-structured submission to go in alongside council submission as well. Obviously, when it hits the Department of Planning, we can't it's not our department, of course. We can't exactly say what they'll do with it, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't provided to the proponent in good faith, because that's what it's there for in that regard as well.
Okay.
Councillor Butler.
Right. Yeah, I was a very similar tack to Councillor Wright. I noticed in the appendices in 3 and 4 that it talked about one of their objections with the scoping report was that the remediation of the grounds at the end of the project was inadequate, and it was like putting a bit of soil over a few things, and then there was a, how would you call it, a bit waffly in regards to what's a plough depth, and it was a little bit imprecise, shall we say, and could be a lot of wiggle room in there. I noticed that wasn't in the council submission. Will that affect, I guess a little bit similar to what Councillor Wright was saying, and unless I missed it, I didn't really see that, the remediation in the council submission as opposed to the appendices. Did I get that right? But anyway, what the point being is, will they consider as part of that appendix that situation that's been brought up about remediation and being inadequate in that, the fact that we've looked at the council one which doesn't have it? I hope that's not too unclear.
CEO.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the large-scale solar guideline, which is the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure guideline, does have requirements in respect of remediation to land as well, so post when a project has happened on a site. So the proponent would be required, and I'd have to recheck the SEERs, I can't remember off the top of my head, but the proponent would be required to make sure that that's addressed as part of their environmental impact statement. It's not in the council submission, no, but the council draft submission doesn't have every issue that's captured in the SEERs either in that regard.
Is that a question?
Is it too late to add that? Is it too late to add in the council part remediation?
CEO.
This is your chance if you want to move an amendment to say that there are concerns about, or Mr. Jennings might provide a quick sentence for you to add if you so choose to make an amendment. If beg your indulgence, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Jennings, what might that look like?
We can come back to it. You write that. And Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support Councillor Butler's amendment. This is pretty tragic that we've got to literally instruct Venn Energy every step of the way, but their actions with community consultation has been appalling, if existent at all. Their actions will show that they will do the bare minimum unless instructed. So I say no, everything should be included, and really tell them that, look, the community is not happy with this. These are their objections, and everything must be considered. The consultation was a little leaflet in the mailbox of those who got it, and most people would sit there and say, solar, nah, not interested, because it came across as spam, and then all of a sudden it's like, knock, knock, we're here to build a solar farm. So no, I think everything does need to go into this report. Like, this is our chance to really say we stand up for the community. Coming in from Geary, you'll see signs everywhere on the highway saying, stop Geary Solar Farm, stop Hampton Park Solar, and it's up to us as councillors, whether we have green views on solar or not, to listen to our community that says, we don't want this jammed on us. So it's up to us to say, include everything in this report that makes that known, that we are listening to our residents.
Thank you. Further, Councillor Richardson.
I will support Councillor Butler's amendment as well. The whole process with the Boree Solar Farm, from the Venn Energy point of view, has been absolutely atrocious. They've basically just tried to muscle their way in and intimidate the people to sign or to just give over their land so that they can get on there and build their solar farms. And it's time that we stood up to them and said, enough is enough. This is what you're going to do. We're not going to be dictated by a solar energy company that doesn't even come from Australia.
Further, councillors? I'll just quickly say while we're waiting for this amendment to come up, it's interesting to read in the SEARS that came out from the department about the landscape and visual impacts, and it says there about numerous points. Details of measures to mitigate and or manage potential impacts, including a draft landscape plan for on-site perimeter planting with evidence it's been developed in consultation of affected landholders, and a detailed assessment, etc., and key locations scenic of significant vistas and road corridors in the public domain. Driving along the highway back and forward to Wellington, as I do a couple of times a week, they'll have to plant an awful lot of trees along there to stop everyone getting a good look at it from a long way off. So it'll be interesting to see what comes back at a later stage if this progresses further to do with that. So far we've seen basically down at Wellington North Solar Farm and Wellington North that there's very, very little screening planting whatsoever, and the visual impact on communities that are impacted by this that end up living in the middle of a power station, when often it's out of sight, out of mind, but interesting to see what comes there. Now, we've got an amendment that Councillor Butler is going to move in a minute.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just get Mr. Jennings to read it out, and just know that it's well covered in the SEARS report what government's asking them to do anyway. But in terms of the amendment, Mr. Jennings.
So, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, that the proponent, as part of the environmental impact statement, provide a detailed decommissioning and land rehabilitation plan.
Councillor Butler, is that what you'd like to move? Is that the correct wording?
I did want to have some clarification on
standing up.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, sorry. I did want to have some clarification on plough depth. That what they understand by plough depth, not just some. Because the thing is, if I do a ploughing at my place, I say 4 inches or whatever. What are they talking? Like, what are they? It's just too woolly to say plough depth. That's like, not precise enough for my. So could there be some clarification by Venn in their strategy to rehabilitate, because they want to do it to plough depth apparently, and I want to know what they mean by that. Like, if they're talking 2 inches, I'm not happy with that. You know what I'm saying? So can we I want to nail them down on it, put it that way.
Yeoman's deep ripper or disc seeder, direct drill, conventional drill. The CEO.
Yeah, so just to be clear, this is about what the studies have to bring back.
Yep.
So that kind of detail will be brought back to address that. They'll bring that level of detail back for the environmental impacts studies. Yep. That's when you would dive into that level of detail, and you have that opportunity. Indeed, all the community gets that opportunity to provide that feedback in that regard.
Okay,
so you don't drop. Yeah, this is this higher order. Right. If you think the scoping study. Next opportunity for consultation will have that level of detail and will allow people to understand and express their concerns.
Okay, so can we just repeat that again, please, Mr. Jennings?
Your amendment?
Yes.
Read out the amendment.
Could we read out Councillor Butler's amendment, please?
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So this will be a new point 2. So that the proponent, as part of the environmental impact statement, provide a detailed decommissioning and land rehabilitation plan.
Okay.
So that will become the new point 2. The old point 1 and point 2 become 1A and 1B.
So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Butler, would you like to speak to that? Or no great requirement?
I think the CEO explained well that the detail I'm chasing will be a next part. So I just thank you for concluding that. Yep, or including. Sorry.
Further debate on the amendment, councillors? There being none, we will just show of hands, or have we got it typed up? Oh, it's up on the screen. Look at that. Right, councillors, this is a vote on. Oh, Councillor Ivey, back to you for right of reply. Sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everything has been covered.
Thanks. Right, the amendment will be what we're voting on the screen. Please cast your votes. It's open now. On our close the voting, amendment carried unanimously, so that now becomes the motion. Back to any debate on the amended, what is the motion with that amendment in it? Righto, councillors, there being none, we'll go back to Councillor Ivey for a right of reply to anything said before that.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We've got up on the screen now. I'll open the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Next item, CCL 25/253, Dubbo Regional Sports Council Playing Field Improvement Fund 2025-2026. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Chowdhury, and seconded by Councillor Wells. Councillor Chowdhury, would you like to speak to your motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further debate, councillors? There being none, I'll open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. CCL 25/254, Draft New Dubbo Cemetery and Wellington Cemetery Master Plans. Do I have someone to move that? Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Richardson, would you like to speak to that motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's self-explanatory.
Thank you. Any debate, councillors? Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's a very great strategic plan. Can I just raise a question for clarification in relation to the Wellington Cemetery? I noticed in the map that the cemetery land actually does extend to the eastern side of the highway, which is on the opposite side of the highway for the existing cemetery. So two questions. One, is that area available in future for development as a cemetery? And secondly, what sort of remaining capacity do we have in the Wellington Cemetery? In other words, what sort of area is available? How does that relate to how many interments or graves can be sent there? And what's that in relation to how does that translate into how many years?
CEO?
Mr. Arms.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Good question, councillor. The land on the other side of the highway from the main cemetery is certainly there for cemetery purposes, but it is subject to a native title land claim, and so for that reason, it wasn't included in the scope of the master plan development. It also is a known area for that basalt rock shelf, which is a challenge for the site on both sides of the highway and really does have an influence over the master plan as well. And so we focused on the main side of the Wellington Lawn Cemetery. So it is becoming an issue in terms of the capacity remaining in that cemetery. So there's about 514 available plots at the moment, so they're actually reserved plots, but there's 42 that are vacant. And so under the current rate of interment, we're looking at around 11 years before we exhaust that amount. With the additional 920 plots outlined in the master plan before you, that takes it for another 20 years. So we're looking at around 30 years before we run out of available area on that site. However, there's a qualifier here, and that's that large basalt rock shelf which is protruding out of the ground at the northern end of the cemetery. That really does impact our confidence in a number of areas, and so the design of the master plan takes that into account. We had some ground penetrating radar assist us in identifying where that rock shelf is, but it's not an exact science. So we've done our best to plan the future plots around areas where we have a high level of confidence that we'll be able to get depth. So looking at 30 years, and so I think in that time, I think it is time for us as a council to start looking at what we do in Wellington, knowing that we're running out of space at that cemetery.
Anything further?
Just a follow-up question. And so that's the situation in Wellington. What about Dubbo?
CEO.
Mr. Arms.
CEO. Much more capacity at Dubbo. So with the master plan before you in the two stages. So stage one really infills the existing components to the cemetery, and stage two starts that fan type design. We're looking at 100 years there. So it introduces over 4,000, about 4,200 additional plots. So we don't have the same problems in Dubbo that we do in Wellington.
Further debate, councillors. Councillor Wells.
Not a debate, but more so congratulations. This is a great report, and I get to see the vision where the toilets are going to go. I know we weren't supposed to talk about toilets, but I am. Yes, I know, but yeah, I'm just really happy, and not just about this, but about the work that's been done for all of the cemeteries over the last couple of years that Director Craig Arms has led in terms of just ITing all of the information, and there's been masses amount of work, and so I just wanted to say congratulations to Craig and the team and everybody for the work on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Further? I'll just ask a question through the CEO. With the names of the different sections where it's like formerly Church of England, formerly Uniting Church, or previously blah, 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 and it's now going to be like Peace section, previously Roman Catholic, Serenity section, previously Church of England. Can I just ask about the change to those? How did that come about?
Mr. Arms.
Mr. Arms. So the preference for, particularly in Wellington where we have limited space, is to move to a non-denominational outlay, and so we can better utilise the space available. That's a trend that is happening across the cemetery industry, because land is becoming more scarce in that regard, and seeking to utilise the land available to its best potential is a key determining factor there.
Thank you. I'll just make a quick comment. Look, I'd rather see the sections stay as they are and open up a separate non-denominational section, because you'd have people that want to get buried in the Roman Catholic section, or the Irish Catholic or whatever, or the Baptist section. So I'd rather see those stay as they are, but just to go out on public exhibition, so see what comes back. Further debate, councillors. Councillor Wells. Yeah.
Thank you. So my question is about existing plots where a loved one is buried. How does a person find out if their relative is deep enough for the other person to go on top of them?
Double depth planning. The CEO.
Mr. Arms.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Very soon, Councillor, you'll be able to go onto the desktop of your computer and check that detail yourself. So we're so close. We're so close. I would have hoped we're there by now, but we're just finalising. In the meantime, you can call us and we can provide that detail to you. So we've been through all of our records, as challenging as that is, and we're confident with what we've got, and I'm sure that we can help you or anyone else who is interested in knowing what the history of their loved ones are.
CEO.
Mr. Arms, if I could through you, Mr. Mayor, just explain that some of these, particularly village cemeteries, there is not that level of data information, so there's a risk there on at least some of our older cemeteries with poor record keeping.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Certainly, we manage 22 cemeteries across the LGA. Some are large cemeteries like Wellington Lawn and New Dubbo that take around 95% of our interments, and the village cemeteries cater for the rest. But the record keeping over the years has been inconsistent, let's say. And so previously they were managed by the churches, and so they were transferred over under reforms around the 60s to local government. And so you can imagine the amount of staff and systems and amalgamations and different things that are mistakes and things that have happened over the years. And if they're not accurately reflected in the records, then it becomes a case of us of the unknown situation which we experienced at Yeovil earlier in the year. And so we're very familiar with that, and we have systems in place to respond to that out on the ground, and we reflect that immediately in our records. But if it's not in the records, then it's hard for us to know what's beneath the ground. That ground penetrating radar we talked about earlier was great for the basalt rock, but it's not so good for timber and bone, shall we say. And so we can't use that to get a meaningful, reliable record of what's under the ground.
Thank you. Further debate? There being none, we'll go back to the original mover, Councillor Richardson. Right of reply.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll close the voting. Carried unanimously. Next item is CCL 25/255, disclosure of interest returns. So I have someone to move that, please. Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Toynton. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that at all?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Further debate, councillors? There being none, I'll move that. I've opened the voting. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. CCL 25/256, outstanding actions from council and committees. Do I have someone to move that, please? Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that at all?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, great report, and I do like that format. Actually, there's some good commentary and notes in each of those items, which I think was probably a bit of an issue with one I had a few months back. But certainly that gives a really good snapshot on where things are at. So thank you to the staff for that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ivey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question: how would the staff, or through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, how do the staff want us to respond to that? If I see something there that, oh, hang on, I would like to know why that's taken longer to progress, or where's it up to, or what's an update of it, is it okay to just email the relevant director, or do you want it to go through you, or be raised as a question on notice, or how?
Councillor requests at email, possible? CEO?
Full marks, Mr. Mayor. If you go through council requests, that helps us track those as well, and that way we incorporate it in the future reports. So yeah, go through that council requests email. That's the central way, and we can that way we can capture that as well in updates.
Further, councillors? No. I will open the voting on that. Please cast your votes. I'll now close the voting. Carried unanimously. Next item is CCL 25/257. Comments and matters of urgency. Will start with Councillor Ryan this week.
No, nothing, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Chowdhury.
I'm good, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ivey.
Can I just raise three things, perhaps a bit, again, unashamedly a bit parochial for Wellington, but I've mentioned before about the Wellington Warriors soccer team, comprising 10 different nationalities, or actually 11 different nationalities, I think. All three teams in Wellington made the grand final. the men's senior, the reserves, and the women's senior, they all made the grand final and they all lost by 1 goal. So, so that was a bit disappointing. But anyway, there's always next year. The other thing is just this morning, Councillor Butler and Ryan and I attended the Nanama mission to look at some of the problems there. And I think, again, probably the good thing that will come out of that is that it's been drawn to our attention. I think we've spoken to the CEO and the relevant director, Mr. Ryan, and so that will be addressed in hot topics, and hopefully that will help resolve the issue whereby the residents at Nanama will get some reasonable outcome from it. The other thing is, so I can just have a shout out again on a Wellington matter, the Maranatha, which is the aged care, community-owned aged care accommodation in Wellington, has just been successful and been granted a $9.5 million ex-GST grant to build a specialised dementia unit. We'll probably have to put in that grant is not necessarily tied, but we do have to put in $5 million a contribution, and maybe we'll put in $10 million. So we're talking about a $20 million aged care facility, specialised dementia facility that will be built. It will be state of the art, 30 beds, including accommodation for palliative care. A family of palliative care patients, or residents. So it's likely to be a real game changer. Thank you.
Councillor Dickerson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a little reminder that the next version of Tour de Auroch takes off in a couple of weeks' time, 6th of October. Monday, the long weekend. That's an event that started way back in 2013, and this council was heavily involved in the formation. Over $1 million has been contributed to Macquarie Homestay as a result of Tour de Auroch riding around the region. So 6th of October, if you go to tourdeauroch.bike, you can make some contributions if you'd like to, or see what the riders are up to and see what they're doing. And a quick congratulations in advance for 5 councillors who, I think 1st of October officially declared. So 1 year anniversary coming up for our 5 new councillors. Yes, so well done for almost a year under your belts.
Councillor Toynton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll always start with a couple of things. So recently, Jeff Amato and his son, Jadam, formed their Yindamara launch, and they're now officially registered as a social enterprise business. The event was chaired by, emceed by Mason Hill, who really is a top bloke and great asset to his culture. So it really is good to see the work that Jadam and Jeff Amato do with the young people to keep them on the right path. So honestly, a shout out to those guys. Great work. Recently I had a little mini, I'll call it a mini roadshow, went out to Stewarttown. Honestly, you've got to try the feed at the pub out there. It's sensational. But just great group of people. It was a chance to speak on a few issues out there and find out what's going on out there. Hopefully the actual Council Village roadshow's not too far away and we can actually get there and top that up. One major thing was they had some communication out there that the speed hump, they did get a letter saying that wasn't going to happen. That was obviously very disappointing. So we're still working with the Stewarttown Action Group and the Stewarttown Advancement Association to try and come to a resolution with that. So I'll put that as a motion at a later day. And I always like to finish this on a couple of happy notes. So some Wellington news and some international news. So in Wellington, I'd like to just say happy birthday to Christian Tailby, who celebrates his birthday today. So if you're watching, have a good one. Don't drink too much. And another birthday shout out, and I'm hoping I've got the timing right because it is international, to Mr. John Peeplow, a good friend of mine in Canada. Have a good birthday, mate. And an old thing would be keep that cauldron boiling. All the best. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Yes, so I just wanted to share, had a very unique experience. I attended the Mayoral Summit in the Gold Coast, which was over the 3rd to the 5th of September, and 300 delegates were there. Essentially, it was focused on anti-Semitism, but it was essentially just wanting, I guess, social cohesion in general. And perhaps there might be some things we can learn from that. I might be able to bring it at a later stage, but just very briefly, Holocaust survivor was there who'd basically been saved from the camps. She mentioned there that in 50 days, 400,000 Hungarians were liquidated in the Nazi machine. and she showed us her death certificate, which was basically she had the paper with her name on it, but a Christian friend of hers actually had bribed the guard for her mother and herself to get out. So the rest of the family went, but she survived. So she shared her story. The thing she said is the thing that's giving her real problems now is she's hearing the chants again. She said it didn't start with the gas chambers. It started with the chants. And so, you know, I know there's a modern day thing happening now. And I think you probably heard about Charlie Kirk getting shot and all these things. I think I want to encourage us and our friends and our people who are viewing. But Charlie's, how would you call it, legacy was let's talk about this. You know, like I think this whole idea of trying to shut someone up with a rifle or with a chant or a gas chamber or something is really, I hope we are better than that. I hope we learn from history. And so one of the ladies that was there was also a Nova survivor. So she actually was there on October 7, 2023 when the firing started. So she shared a bit as well. She basically ran for 4 hours, you know, before she was able to find some sort of help. Another guy called Jeff, who was the guy who led the neo-Nazi movement in America for 29 years, he shared how he de-radicalized. That was an incredible story. It was actually an African-American man came and told him his story. It says, when I was a scout, we were doing the passing out parade and parents started throwing rocks. And they grabbed Billy, his name was, and they took him home and he ended up bloodied and beaten. And the parents, when he comes in, they said, oh, what happened to you? And he said, oh, they threw rocks at the scouts. And unfortunately, her mum had the sad task to say, no, it was because you were black, Billy. It wasn't because you were a scout. And so when he was talking, this guy was talking to Jeff Scoop, his name was, who was the Nazi leader in America. What he said was, he said to him, he said, you know, the problem was that, he said, Mum, why do they hate me when they don't even know me? And that's interesting that he made that comment, because when Jeff heard that, because they were having a conversation, that led to his de-radicalisation. And this is the thing, I think, with going back to Charlie's legacy, when we talk, we have a human connection. When we lose the conversation, we lose the human connection, and it makes them others, and it becomes us and them. And when you become us and them, you can do anything to them. You lose that humanity. And so this is where I really appreciate council, because council is an example to the community where we can have deeply dividing topics. I mean, I think even tonight with the bridge and things like that, you know, things came up with divided views, but we can still love each other, we can still talk to each other, we can still be friendly, we can still be dignified, and all that's best of humanity can be exemplified by us leading by example. So I wanted to thank all us councillors, the directors, thank everybody for what we enjoy in this chamber. So thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Probably following on from Councillor Butler's comment about community. Well done to council staff putting together another cracking new residents' night last Tuesday night. Very well attended by so many community groups and a lot of new residents. One thing I talking to a lot of the different community groups that were present on the day. It was their ability to talk to their neighbours who were also there for the same reasons they were, and many of them end up with new members of their own groups and own clubs just because they were there, just networking with the other community groups themselves. So well done, fantastic event. And I went for a drive down Bunquagumby Road the other day. Gee, that River Street West Collector Road, if you want to call it that. There's a roundabout on Bunquagumby Road there now. It's a single lane, traffic lit. You need to wait for the traffic to come through. The road itself won't be open, I believe, for maybe another year or two, maybe when the bridge is finished, but go for a bit of a drive along there. We see, pleased to see, or surprised to see how well that's actually coming along. So very exciting piece of infrastructure that council's been able to deliver.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. I just wanted to bring it up with my fellow councillors and also anyone that's watching, that on the 11th of October is the Little Wings charity dinner again. It's $120 a ticket. So if us as councillors would like to go, let's get together and get a table and go. It's a wonderful charity, and we've all either got children or we've got grandchildren or we're going to have grandchildren, which hopefully we'll never have to use Little Wings, but it's a service that's always there. Also, I was talking to a lady last Tuesday night at the New Residents Expo who made an interesting comment to me, which I will bring up. So we all know that when you go into a female bathroom, in a public bathroom, there's always a disposable bin there. Everyone knows that. There are so many males around nowadays who are incontinent because of their prostates. And there are no bins for them. There's nowhere for them to dispose their used articles, if you like. So it's something that I don't know, as a community, can we look at that? Or as a council, can we look at that? Putting them into public toilets for males? Because unfortunately men aren't listening and they're not getting their prostates checked until it's too late. And once you have your prostate removed or you have radiation therapy on your prostate, the chances of you becoming incontinent are pretty high, and it's a long road back. So yeah, I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you. Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gosh, there's been a bit going on. I wished I would have made it to the New Citizens Night last Tuesday night. I really tried to get there, but couldn't. I will get to one. I do want to sort of call out. Last night, I attended the Dubbo College Sports Awards, and just wanted to give a shout out to the CEO, to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, who I've seen there handing out awards to those young achievers. I went not as a councillor, as a grandmother, watching her very tall 15-year-old getting his award. And it makes you proud to be a parent or a grandparent, and to see the recognition of the kids across all of the colleges here in Dubbo. It's just great to see that. And one really funny thing, which I thought was interesting to see, a young guy who went to Dubbo College and was somebody who's going to have to, is a WWF wrestler, something like that. And so he didn't, but he's now really famous. He's actually got a world title, and he came along and joked about, his aspirations to be a wrestler, and then how he changed his mind, and then how he went back to it after he went to university. And now he's out there at such a high level. And I was really impressed for him. His name escapes me, but Tuckman, that's right. Yeah, he's a tucker. Tuckman, yeah. But yeah, went to Dubbo College and is now a champion. So I was just really impressed by that. I would suggest to Dubbo College to have such an event like that, to maybe do some little nibbles and drinks afterwards, because I wanted to be able to talk to some of the people there, but everyone just took off, and I get that too because it was freezing. But it was great to see. So well done to Dubbo College and to the councillors here and to the CEO for going along. I also wanted to give a shout out, and this is something I don't normally do, but I wanted to give a shout out to a person who put their foot forward to lead the rally against racism a couple of Sundays ago. Now, we had a lot of support from Dubbo Regional Council to help us get there, but it was a very quick decision, like I think 6 days before the rally, and it was deliberately around all racism and about stamping that out in this community. And look, I couldn't be there on the day. I had to do a family thing and duck out and pick up my grandson from another community, but I would have been there if I was in Dubbo. And I do want to shout out to, it is very personal, to my daughter Kylie, who got that going and led it, and was really nervous the whole time, the whole week when we were trying to sort things out. But on the day, she stood tall and spoke to community and led the march and brought people together in recognition or in a movement to stamp out racism across the board. So I was really proud of that, and I wanted to give her a shout out. And other than that, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cowley online. I haven't forgotten you. Give her a second. Takes a while. Takes a while. It's a, no. She's here.
Sorry,
Sushi Train Restaurant.
I'm here. Just very quickly, konnichiwa from beautiful Japan. Had a wonderful couple of days at Minakama. I can't wait to bore you all senseless with it. But ready to turn our heads for home now. It's wonderful to travel, but goodness me, Dubbo looks like a damn good place to live. Anyway, hope you're all well. Can't wait to get home.
Thank you. I'll just... Yeah, what's going on there? It's coming through all speakers. I'll just very quickly mention a couple of things. It was great to see Councillor Wells' grandson up there last night. I didn't realise he was 15. I thought he was much older. I went out to the Geary Public School's first C&B day, which was See It and Be It. And it was all about getting the kids from, they had Wongarbin, Ballymore, some kids from Umunjeri, also class later kids from Gilgandra, and all the kids, plus a few ring-ins from the P&C who were cooking the barbecue. There's a few little toddlers joining in as well. But it was all to do with jobs that are out there in the community. And it was from shearing a sheep right through to getting your arm plastered and being a paramedic, all those sort of things. And I was there like as the mayor/council, and probably didn't convince many of them to want to be a councillor. But I said there's lots of jobs at council when you finish school in a few years. But the kids were right into it and so well behaved, and there was so much food from the P&C, and it was just a really good day. And well done to Shelley Darcy and her team out there for coming up with that idea and putting it on, because it's so important that kids see that these are the jobs out there, not just when they want to leave school at the end of year 12 and what am I going to do. A bit of aspiration. Also, another shout out to a school, Dubbo South Public School, the Stage 3 support class 10-pin bowling, who have won the regional championships here and are off to the state championships. And their teacher, Mrs. McDermott, got me to go and present their shirts to Maxie, Logan, Seb and Ashton, personalised bowling shirts with their name screen printed on it, and best of luck to those students down in Sydney. Great bunch of kids. Great schools out there doing great stuff in our community. Next up, that'll do for me. Next up, we have confidential items. Under Section 10A of the Local Government Act, the next items being CCL 25, 258, 259 and 260 have been identified as likely to be discussed in a closed session of Council. Can I have someone move us into confidential session to deal with these items, please? Councillor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Wells. There's been no applications from members of the public to make their representations regarding whether the meeting should be closed to the public. Do any members of the public in the public gallery have any comments to make regarding the proposal to hear the items in a closed session of Council under Section 10A4 of the Act? Arguments for or against confidentiality? No. No councillors want to speak on it. I now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Against? Carried unanimously. I declare the motion carried unanimously. We will now move into closed session, the time being 8:42 p.m. The streaming will now be turned off. Any members of the public will be asked to leave the chamber. The chamber will be reopened and the live stream restarted after deliberations on this matter, with the resolution to be made public. Please stop the web streaming. Please start the web streaming. The council returned to open session at 10:02 p.m. Welcome back. I now ask the governance officer to play the resolutions from the confidential session. There are no further items for consideration of the ordinary council meeting, and I declare the meeting closed, the time being 10:03 p.m. Stop the web streaming. Thank you for your attendance.
I reckon I've got the chocolates.